No, Tamana Rana, you can attend the class. You can continue. Right. Very good. Audio, video clear. Okay, fine. So, yes, I am also doing good. Right. So, let's not waste the time. So, let's move on now. Okay. Right. In the yesterday class, we started with the recursion. Right. So, we started with the recursion and we have seen. Okay, in the yesterday class, we have seen tail recursion and non-tail recursion. Right. Okay. So, next in the continuation, we'll move on to the next one. So, that is indirect recursion. Okay, indirect recursion. No doubt. Note down the statement. No doubt. Two or more functions. No doubt. Two or more functions. Two or more functions calling each other. Two or more functions calling each other is called as indirect recursion. Okay, two or more functions calling each other. Two or more functions calling each other is called as a indirect recursion. So what is the meaning of this? So note down this example. So same, if n less than or equal to 1, so that is written. So else, so b of n minus 2, so printf n, b of n minus 1, printf n minus 1. Right. So understand here. So this is the okay function A, and next function B. Just note down same thing. If n less than or equal to 1, so simply written. Else you call a of n minus 1, a of n minus 2, printf n minus 2. Yeah, Tamana Rana, how many pages you have to leave? I don't know how many pages yesterday class is. मुझे कैसे मालूम होता है? मैं तो लिखता नहीं हूँ. Your friend is asking how many pages should leave for yesterday class. Tamana Rana, how will I know? Because I don't write in the notes. You should ask your friends. I don't know how many pages you have to leave for the yesterday class. कोई कमेंट करो, कल का क्लास कितने पेजेस का था? तुम्हारा फ्रेंड पूछ रहा है. कॉपी करो. So what's this? Okay, what is the output of A of 4? Copy this. I will explain this later. Later you can solve the next one. Yeah, okay. Tamana Rana, I think it's around 5 to 6 pages. 5 pages, both sides. Well, both sides including 9 pages you have to lead. Yeah. 8 pages, 8 or 9 pages. 9 pages. 9 pages, okay, and papers maybe like around 4 papers, 4 or 5 papers, 4 or 5 papers, okay, right. So understand here, so depending on your font size you can leave extra, okay. अगर अब तुम बहुत मोटा मोटा लिखती हो तो मोटा मोटा लिखते थोड़ा ज़्यादा पेज छोड़ दो, बस उतना ही, right. Look at here, so what's the meaning of this indirect recursion? I think all of you copied, right. So in the indirect recursion, if you observe 2 or more functions, listen here, so 2 or more functions calling each other, understand here. So 2 or more functions calling each other is called as what? Okay, it's called as indirect recursion. So look at here, in the function A, look at here, in the function A, you are calling what? Function B. See this? Function A, you are calling function B, and in the function A, you are calling what? Function A. Function A. Look at here, in the function B, you are calling what? Function A. See, understand here? So 2 or more functions calling each other. 2 or more functions calling each other. So that is called as what? That is called as what? Okay, indirect recursion. Okay, so just give the numbering. Is asking what is the output of A of 4. So just give the numbering. So number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. So in the function A, you are having 4 statements. In the function A, you are having 4 statements. And in the function B, you are having how many statements? In the function B, just give the numbering 1, 2, 3. Is that here? So this is the termination condition. If n less than or equal to 1, return. So same thing, n less than or equal to 1, return. So in the function A, you are having 4 statements. In the function B, you are having 3 statements. So it's asking what is the output of A of 4. So just find out, okay, what is the output of A of 4? In the function A, okay, you are having 1, 2, 3, 4 statements, right? Whenever you call this function A, you have to execute 1, 2, 3, 4 statements. Now tell me, what is the first statement? What is the first statement? You are calling B of n minus 2. When you are calling B of n minus 2, n value is the 4 here, n value 4, so n value 4 hai, so n minus 2, so matlab 2 minus 2, that is the B of 2. So you are calling B of 2. So when you are calling the B of 2 here, listen here, so the first statement is what? B of n minus 2 call kar hai. So n value is the 4, so you have to pass okay 2 here, because 4 minus 2 is 2. So in the function B, you are having how many statements? 3 statements. 1, 2, 3. Now tell me, what is the first statement? In the function B, what is the first statement? You are calling A of n minus 1. So that is A of 1. Is that clear? Because n value is a 2 here. So 2 minus 1 is what? Okay, 1. So that is termination. Because n less than or equal to 1, so it's saying simply return. Return means termination. Now the second statement is what? Okay, look at here. Okay, A of n minus 2 call kar hai. N minus 2. N minus 2 means n value is a 2 here. 2 here. So 2 minus 2 means 0. A of 0. That is termination. And next third statement, printf n minus 2. N minus 2 means n value 2. 2 minus 2 means what? 0. First value printed is 0. And next, the second statement in the function A. Function A means second statement. Function A means second statement, printf n. Now tell me what is the n value here? 4. 4 will be printed. So next, the fourth statement. Okay, look at the third statement. Sorry. In the function A, third statement. Function A, third statement. B of n minus 1. So B of 3. So B of 3 call kar hai, it is having again 3 statements. Now what is the first statement in the function B? A of n minus 1 call kar, n minus 1. So it means A of 2 call kar. A of 2 call kar, so it is having 4 statements. Now tell me what is the first statement? In the function A, what is the first statement? You are calling recursively calling B of n minus 2. N value is a 2 here. So 2 minus 2 means 0. So that is termination. Now second statement, printf n. So n value is a 2. 2 will be printed. Now the third statement, B of n minus 1. N value is a 2 here. 2 minus 1 means 1. So B of 1 means termination. Now the fourth statement, printf n minus 1. N value is a 2 here. Okay. 2 minus 1 is a 1. So 1 will be printed. So next, okay, that is about with respect to first statement. Now the second statement here, okay, function B में second statement. Function B में second statement. A of n minus 2. So A of n minus 2 means A of 1. Okay, that is termination. Now the third statement, function B में third statement. Function B में third statement. Okay, printf n minus 2. N value is a 3 here. So 3 minus 2 means 1. And next, fourth statement. Function A में fourth statement. Function A में fourth printf n minus 1. So n value is the 4 here, n value 4, n minus 1 means what? That is 3. So this is the okay output you are going to get. So just note down what is the output it is saying here. So 0, okay, 4. Output will be printed in this manner: 0, 4, 2, 1, 1, 3. Is that here? So the output will be what? 0, 4, 2, 1, 1, 3. So this is the output printed. Okay, right. So somebody already given the answers. Okay, right. So you copy this. Okay, copy this one. Whatever I have written on the board, you copy this one, and you guys find out. You guys find out what is the output of B of 4. What is the output of B of 4? Okay, find out this. कॉपी करने के बाद कॉपी करो, पहले कॉपी करने के बाद सॉल्व करो. What is output of B of 4? Okay, solve that. What is output of B of 4? Solve that. Okay. So I'll have a break fast. So just maintain patience. Okay. 5 minutes I'll take. Okay, 3022 Okay, so I had my breakfast, so that is the reason. Yeah, 30. What is that answer? 302212. 302212. So this is the output of B of 4. Aniket Rathore, you are giving wrong answer. Are Gahan Divyadi, you are also giving wrong answer. You are getting 2, 3. How you are getting 2, 3? Annu, you are also giving wrong answer. 3033. Just check it out. Solve it properly. That's it. Somebody is still giving wrong answer. I really don't understand. Right. So most of you giving right answer. Check it out. Okay. So I think so that is fine. So you check, you copy the questions carefully and solve. So that is the indirect recursion. Next, the next one in the continuation is nested recursion. Note down. The next one is the nested recursion. A recursive function. Note down the definition. A recursive function which is passing itself as a parameter. Which is passing itself as a parameter to a recursive call. To a recursive call is called as a nested recursion. A recursive function which is passing itself as a parameter. Sir, very fast you did breakfast. Yes, I finished breakfast only 5 minutes. Not 5 minutes also. 3 to 4 minutes. That's all. गोविंद मिश्रा, खाने के लिए जी रहे या जीने के लिए खा रहे हैं? हाँ, बस जीने के लिए खा रहे हैं तो खा लो फटाफट. 3 minutes. No doubt. Okay, nested recursion definition. A recursive function which is passing itself as a parameter to a recursive call is called as a nested recursion. So what is the meaning of this? A of m comma n. Okay. So copy this n plus 1 if m equal to 0. Listen here. A of m minus 1 comma 1 if n equal to 0. A of m minus 1 comma A of m comma n minus 1. Otherwise, so arrow mark can be anything, bracket can be anything. So just copy this. सर आपने क्या ब्रेकफास्ट किया? आई हैड मसाला डोसा, तो टुडे ही ब्रॉट। सर क्या लाइन बोली है आपने? आपने हुसैन बोल्ट है हैविंग ब्रेकफास्ट। यस, आई हैड ब्रेकफास्ट इन 3 minutes. Okay, so understand here, a recursive function which is passing itself as a parameter to a recursive call is called as a nested recursion. Copy karo, copy this. Ah, understand here. Okay, a of m comma n. You are having some simple function here, a of m comma n. So it returns n plus 1. Return n plus 1 if m equal to 0. Listen here. So return n plus 1 if m equal to 0. And next, if n equal to 0, return what? A of m minus 1 comma 1. If n equal to 0, return a of m minus 1 comma 1. So otherwise, in the otherwise case, you have to return a of m minus 1 comma a of m comma n minus 1. Is that clear? So you have to check very clearly. M equal to 0 hai to return this. N equal to 0 hai to return this. Otherwise, you return this. Okay. So you'll write down what is the output of okay. So the what is the output of a of 1 comma 5. So just let's try to solve this. Thank you, Yatin Singh. Yes, sir. Rahul. Okay. Now we are going to solve this. What is output of a of 1 comma 5? Okay. Just listen carefully. Understand the definition here. A recursive function which is passing itself as a parameter. Itself as a parameter. Then that is called as what? Nested recursion. Okay. So some textbook they call it as a Ackermann Ackermann function. Not required. Okay. Just listen what I am saying. A of m comma 1, m comma n. Okay. M equal to 0 hai to return this. N equal to 0 hai to return this. Okay, in the otherwise case, okay, you are calling returning what? A of m minus 1 comma a of m comma n minus 1. So look at here, a recursive function which is passing itself as a parameter. Itself as a parameter. That is called as what? Nested recursion. Okay, okay, it's a parameter is what? A of m comma n minus 1. So which is passing itself as a parameter. That is called as a nested recursion. So we need to find out right. So understand here. So we need to find out what is the output of a of 1 comma 5. So let's find out a of 1 comma 5. So just listen first because the first question. Okay, next question anyway you will solve. Okay, मैं तुमको ऐसा फ्री नहीं छोड़ता हूँ, आप लोग करोगे कैसे, right? So पहले सुनो, listen to me what I am saying. So what is the output of a of 1 comma 5? I want to find out this. What is the output of a of 1 comma 5? I don't know what happened. Okay, a of 1 comma 5. Look at here. So the first value is what? M. Second value is what? N. Observe carefully. First value is M. Second value is N. Right? So M equal to 0 hai to return this. N equal to 0 hai to return this. Otherwise you return this. So observe carefully. Next question you are going to solve anyway. Anyway you solve next question. Now tell me. So the first parameter is M. Second one is N. Now tell me M equal to 0. True or false? False. N equal to 0. True or false? False. Look at here. Then otherwise case. You need to call the otherwise case. So this is recursively calling a of. Now tell me otherwise case. M minus 1. Recursively calling m minus m minus 1. M value is a 1. So 1 minus 1 is what? 0. So a of m minus 1 ho gaya. Then recursively calling a of m comma n minus 1. So m value is a 1, 1 comma 4. N minus 1 means what? N minus 1 means 4. So this is what is a recursively calling this function. Now if you want to evaluate this, then you need to find out a of 1 comma 4. So when you are recursively calling this a of 1 comma 4, first you need to evaluate this value a of 1 comma 4. Now same thing, when you are evaluating a of 1 comma 4, now m equal to 0, false. Look at here, m equal to 0. First one is the 1, second one is the 4. M value is a 1, n value is a 4. M equal to 0, true or false? False. N equal to 0, true or false? False. Then otherwise a of m minus 1, a of m comma n minus 1. So 1 comma 3. Right? समझ में आ रहा है सबको? Okay. Next, this is again recursively calling a of 1 comma 3. Now same thing here, m equal to 0, false. N equal to 0, false. M value is a 1, n value is a 3. So m equal to 0, false. N equal to 0, false. Otherwise case, a of m minus 1, a of 0, a of m comma n minus 1. Recursively call this. Again same thing, m equal to 0, false. N equal to 0, false. Recursively call this a of m minus 1. So a of 0 comma a of 1 comma 1. And next a of 1 comma 1. So this is again recursively calling. Now what is happening? M equal to 0, false. N equal to 0, false. Otherwise you are calling a of m minus 1 comma a of m minus 1. A of m minus 1 means 0. A of m comma n minus 1. So 1 comma 0. Observe carefully. And next this is recursively calling a of 1 comma 0. And now tell me a of 1 comma 0 means how much? A of 1 comma 0. M equal to 0, true or false? Look at here, a of 1 comma 0 hai. M equal to 0, true or false? False. Now tell me n equal to 0. देखो n equal to 0, true. N equal to 0 true है, तो return what? A of m का m minus 1 comma 1. See this here, n equal to 0 true. N equal to 0 true. Second parameter is n. Then you are recursively calling a of m minus 1 comma 1. So a of m minus 1. So 0 comma 1. This is returning 0 comma 1. So m minus 1 means 1 minus 1, 0. Okay, right? So 1. So this is recursively calling a of 0 comma 1. A of 0 comma 1 means what is this returning here? Okay, now tell me m equal to 0 है. M equal to 0 है, तो return क्या कर रहा है? n plus 1. Now look at here. So this is returning n plus 1. Observe carefully. A of 1 comma 0 comma 1. M equal to 0 है, तो return n plus 1. So n value is a 1 here. N value is a 1. So 1 plus 1. So that is what? Okay, 2. Is that clear? Right? So that is returning 2. Yes or no? M equal to 0 है, तो return n plus 1. So m equal to 0. Return n plus 1. N value is a 1. 1 plus 1 is 2. So 2 will go here. 2 will go here. Now tell me a of 1 comma 0. A of 1 comma 0. What is the answer? 2. A of 1 comma 0. What is the answer? 2. Now look at here. So what is this becoming? A of 0 comma 2. So this is becoming like a of 0 comma 2. 0 comma 2 है. So then m value 0. 0 है, तो return क्या कर रहा है? n plus 1. So what is the n value here? 2. So 2 plus 1 means how much is this returning here? 3. So that 3 will go here. Now tell me a of 1 comma 1. What is the answer? A of 1 1 comma 1. What is the answer? 3. So this is becoming a of 0 comma 3. So 0 comma 3 है. M equal to 0 है, तो return n plus 1. N value 3 है. So 3 plus 1 is what? 4. And this 4 will go here. Okay. So this 4 will go here, right? Now this is becoming a of 0 comma 4. 0 comma 4 है. M equal to 0. So return क्या करो? N plus 1. So this is returning what? Okay. N plus 1. N value 4 है. So 4 plus 1 is 5. So this 5 will go here. Now tell me a of 1 comma 3. Tell me a of 1 comma 3. What is the answer? 5. A of 1 comma 3. What is the answer? 5. Okay. Next. This is becoming a of 0 comma 5. So 0 comma 5. M equal to 0. N equal to 5. So return n plus 1. That is returning 6. And remember 6 will come here. Now tell me a of 1 comma 4. A of 1 comma 4. What is the answer? A of 1 comma 4. What is the answer? 6. Now this is becoming A of 0 comma 6. 0 comma 6 m equal to 0, so return n plus 1. That is returning what? 7. So 7 will go here. So A of 1 comma 5. What is the answer? 7. So this is the answer. Okay. So this is how you have to evaluate. Okay. Just follow the function. Don't confuse. Don't confuse what is there. Just follow the function. Find out what is the output of A of 2 comma 3. Copy karo. Copy this. Carefully copy this. Carefully copy this. And find out what is the output of A of 2 comma 3. हो गया सबका? A of 2, 3, 2 comma 7 wrong answer, 3 is the wrong answer. Anshika, wrong answer. Abhay, Kashish Verma, wrong answer. Anshika, Saroj, wrong answer beta. या ठीक है, सॉल्व करो सब लोग। घूम गए कुछ लोग। अद्रिजा रॉन्ग आंसर बेटा। विवेक रॉन्ग आंसर। एकांश रॉन्ग आंसर। नैबका कोनियाक रॉन्ग आंसर। रोहित शर्मा रॉन्ग आंसर। पंकज, विवेक राज रॉन्ग आंसर। पंकज बोल रहा है सर अभी 2 मिनट रुकिए। चलो ठीक है, रुक रहा हूँ। लास्याश्री रॉन्ग आंसर। रजनीश मौर्य रॉन्ग आंसर। Lasya wrong answer. Lasya, you are from which place? Your name looks like you are from Andhra, Telangana. Okay. Okay. Fine. Aditya Rawat wrong answer beta. Rita Majumdar wrong answer. See, output of A of 2, 3, right answer is 9. A of 2, 3, right answer is 9. It is very, very easy. Okay, okay. One more student is there from Andhra Pradesh, I think. Sai Tejaswini, I think she is not visible. These days she is not coming. Sai Tejaswini. Sai Tejaswini, are you there in the class? Okay. Okay. So fine, understand here. So it's okay. Somebody is having a doubt. I am going to solve this. कुछ लोग घूम गया. You can use this old values. No need to solve it again. You can use the old values whatever is given there. You can use the old values whatever is given there. So don't confuse. So A of 2, 3 is asking, right? So let me solve this. So let me solve this. Okay, understand here. So A of 2, 3. So A of 2, 3. Understand here. So a of 2 3 means okay, a value is okay, look at here, m value is 2 and n value is what 3, a of 2 3. Now just okay, carefully execute this function. Carefully execute this function. Right answer is 9. Okay, I am solving it here. Just listen here. Okay, those who are doing mistake, I am solving it here. Listen here. Right answer is 9. Okay, so fine. Now tell me, m equal to 0, true or false? False. N equal to 0, true or false? False. Okay, right. Otherwise, you have to execute this one. Otherwise, you have to execute this one. A of m minus 1. This is recursively calling a of m minus 1. M minus 1. Understand carefully. A of m minus 1. M minus 1 means what? A of 1, comma, a of 1, comma, n minus 1. A of m, okay, sorry, m, comma, n minus 1. So a of m value is a 2, okay, 2, comma, n minus 1. So n minus 1 means 2, a of 2, 2. Okay, just check it out. All your steps are check carefully. A of m minus 1. So m value is a 2, 2 minus 1 is 1. A of m, comma, n minus 1. So m is 2, n minus 1 means 2. So fine. So this is recursively calling a of 2, 2. So find out this a of 2, 2. Same thing. M equal to 0, false. N equal to 0, false. Otherwise, you have to execute. A of m minus 1. So this is a of, okay, a of m minus 1. A of 1, comma, a of m, comma, n minus 1. M, comma, n minus 1. So 2, comma, 1. So this is recursively calling. Same thing. M equal to 0, false. N equal to 0, false. A of m minus 1. M minus 1 means what? A of 1, comma, a of m, comma, n minus 1. So 2, comma, 0. 2, comma, 0. Correct? Next, now understand here. Same thing. So this is recursively calling. Recursively calling. Listen carefully. M equal to 0, true or false? False. M equal to 0, false. N equal to 0, true or false? Yes, true. N equal to 0 is true. So if n equal to 0 true, so this is recursively calling what? A of m minus 1, comma, 1. So this is recursively calling a of m minus 1. A of m minus 1. So okay, look at here, m value 2. M minus 1 means what? 1. Okay, comma, 1. Okay, so this is recursively calling a of m minus 1, comma, 1. Look at here, I am repeating. M equal to 0, true or false? False. N equal to 0. Look at here, n value 2 here. N value 0. N equal to 0, true. If it is true, this is recursively calling what? A of m minus 1. M minus 1 means what? M value 2. 2 minus 1 is 1. Okay, m minus 1, comma, 1. So this is recursively calling a of 1, 1. Okay. Now tell me, a of 1, 1 is how much? A of 1, 1 value already you are having. Right? Right. So a of 1, 1. A of 1, 1 already you are having value here. See this here. A of 1, 1. How much is that value? A of 1, 1. How much is the value? 3. Look at here. So this value is 3 here. A of 1, 1. You already having value 3. A of 1, 1 is 3. So this 3 will go here. 3 will go here. So it means A of 2, 0. Look at here. A of 2, 0. This value. A of 2, 0. Answer is what? 3 only. A of 2, 0. Answer of this is what? 3 only. Right. Now this is becoming. ये कैसे हो गया? This is becoming A of 1, 3. This is becoming A of 1, 3. A of 1, 3. Answer you are already having. This is becoming A of 1, 3. Okay, because this total value is what? 3. A of 2, 0 is 3. A of 1, 3 value already you are having. Look at here. A of 1, 3. A of 1, 3. What is the answer? 5. A of 1, 3 is 5. So this 5 will come here. 5 will come here. Right? A of 2, 1. A of 2, 1 value is how much here? 5. This is becoming what? A of 1, comma, 5. So this has become A of 1, comma, 5. A of 1, comma, 5. What is the answer? Already you are having. A of 1, comma, 5. What is the answer? 7. Okay, A of 1, comma, 5. This answer is 7. Okay, remember 7 will come here. 7 will come here. Yes or no? Right? A of 1, comma, 5. A of 1, comma, 5 is what? 7. So that 7 will come here. And A of 2, 2 value. A of 2, 2 value is how much here? 7. So now this is becoming A of 1, comma, 7. A of 1, comma, 7 you don't have. So you need to solve this. Right? A of, okay, 1, comma, 7 is there. A of 1, comma, 7 you have to solve this. Okay, look at here. I am solving this. A of 1 comma 7. Okay, only this one you have to solve. A of 1 comma 7 you need to solve. Whatever the answer is coming, you return that. A of 1 comma 7 recursively calling what? A of 1 comma 7 recursively calling m equal to 0, false. N equal to 0, false. Otherwise case A of m minus 1, A of 0 comma A of 1 comma 6. So this is recursively calling A of 0 comma A of 1 comma 5. That's it. So A of 1 comma 5, this answer you know that is 7. This answer is 7. So now look at here, A of 0 comma 7. 0 comma 7 returns what? 8. So this 8 will go here. 8 will go here. A of 0 comma 8. 0 comma 8. N equal to 0. M equal to 0 to return n plus 1. So A of 0 comma 8. This is returning what? 9. So the 9 will go here. 9 will go here. So A of 1 comma 7. A of 1 comma 7. What is the answer? 9. Look at here. A of 1 comma 7. What is the answer of this? 9. So remember the 9 will go here. So finally that is the answer. A of 1 comma 7. You need to expand this. A of 1 comma 7. What is the answer? 9. So the 9 will go here. Is that clear? Okay. So this is becoming A of 1 comma 7. 1 comma 7. This answer is 9. So the 9 will go here. Right? So don't confuse. A of 1 comma 7, that is 9. Is this clear for everyone? समझ में आया सबको? Is this clear for everyone? If anybody want to copy, you can copy this. If anybody want to copy, you can copy that. So take this as a homework. You practice this after going home. So the first one, find out A of 3, 2. I'm giving the answers also. A of 3, 2. So answer is 29. And second one, A of 3, 3. Answer is 61. I'm giving the answers. You practice them. A of 3, 2. Answer is the 29. A of 3, 3. Answer is 61. So answer also I have given. Just practice that after the class. या रोहित शर्मा हमारे पास पुरानी वैल्यू नहीं रही तो उसको करना ही पड़ेगा. You have to solve that. Okay, so take that homework. So take that homework. Right. So shall I remove this? So solve that homework after going home. Yeah, you can do that also, Riyansha. Yes. Ayusha, A of 0 comma 1 comma 5. See, 1 comma 5, what is the answer? A of 1 comma 5 is what? Okay, what is your doubt? A of 0 comma A of 1 comma 5. What is this answer? A of 1 comma 5, what is the answer? 7. 7. This is becoming A of 0 comma 7. Now tell me A of 0 comma 7. What is the answer of this? M equal to 0. M equal to 0, so return what? Return n plus 1. What is the n value? 7. So 7 plus 1 means how much? 8. So this is returning 8. Ayush. Ayush, A of 1 comma 5, we are already having the answer. This is 7. So this is becoming A of 0 comma 7. M equal to 0, n equal to 7. So return what? N plus 1. N value 7. So 7 plus 1, 8 return karega. So that value is 8. Ayush, why you are confusing? Just follow the function. What is there? What is given in that? Okay. Okay, fine. I think Ayush, you understood, I think. So that is about recursion. Is that clear? Right. So recursion, there are so many questions in the PYQs or maybe in the workbook or test series. So you practice them carefully. So you should know how to execute the program. That's it. So carefully you should know how to execute the program. So that is important. So there are so many varieties of the questions. So please practice them. Okay. So maybe they are in the workbook and also from PYQs. So I told you already to start solve the workbook. Okay, complete the workbook programming chapter. So programming chapter, all the questions you can solve. Is that clear? Right? So now okay, we completed the recursion. What is the recursion? In the types of recursion we studied. So four types of recursion. Four types of recursion we are having. Okay, one is the tail recursion, non-tail recursion, and next indirect recursion and nested recursion. Is that clear? Right. So next, in the continuation, the last topic of your programming, remains is dynamic memory allocation. Right. So dynamic memory allocation. Now, what is the meaning of dynamic memory allocation? Why we require dynamic memory allocation? Let us try to understand all that. So why we require dynamic memory allocation? Listen here. Now, if you look at the array, okay, if you look at the array follows a dynamic memory, array follows a static memory allocation. Array, okay, whatever the array you are having, array follows what? Okay, array follows a static memory allocation. Is that clear? So it means we should know the requirement of the size prior to the declaration. That is the meaning of a static memory allocation. Like you want to store 1000 elements, so you declare array, so integer a of 1000. Right? You should know the requirement of the size. So कितना elements store करना चाह रहा है? How many elements you want to store? You should know the requirement prior to the declaration. Like a of 2000, a of 3000. So you should know the requirement of the size, prior to the declaration. I'm repeating, array follows a static memory allocation. It means what? We should know the requirement of the size prior to the declaration. Dynamically increasing the array size is very difficult. Okay, it's not possible. So there are so many complications. Is that clear? So look at here. So dynamically increasing is not possible. Okay, array follows what? A static memory allocation. It means we should know the requirement of the size prior to the declaration. Now, if the requirement is the dynamically allocating memory, requirement is dynamically allocating memory. What is the meaning of this dynamically allocating memory? What kind of requirement will be there? Now let us say I am visiting all the engineering colleges and I am taking the phone numbers of the students. देखो मैं पूरा देश में सारे इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में जाना चाह रहा हूँ और ओके सबका नंबर लेना चाह रहा हूँ. So I don't know what is the size I have to declare. I have to, what is the size of the array I have to declare? I don't know, right? Look at here. So I am simply visiting what all the engineering colleges in India, and I am taking the phone numbers of the student. So I don't know how many colleges I am going to visit, and I don't know how many students will give their number. Is that clear? So I need to add, keep on adding. I go to some engineering college and I take their phone numbers. I go to other college, I take their phone numbers. I go to other college, I take their phone numbers. So the requirement is dynamic. Requirement is dynamic. I don't know what is the size of the array I have to declare, because I don't know how many colleges I visit, how many students will they give the numbers. I don't know. So if this is my requirement, so then array will not work. Array will not work. Yes or no, right? So you require dynamically allocating memory whenever you need to add the student. Let's say you should have a button like, okay, add student number, add student number, add student number. So I keep on adding. I need to keep on add. Is that clear, right? So it means like requirement is dynamic in their nature. So in this case, static memory allocation will not work. So dynamically, okay, you need to increase the size. Dynamically, you can increase the size. Yes or no? Is this clear for everyone? Right. So dynamically, okay, requirement is a dynamic memory allocation. So in that case, okay, array will not work. In that case, you need to go for what? Dynamic memory allocation concept. So by using dynamic memory allocation concept, what happens? What happens? Listen here. By using the concept of DMA, you can allocate the memory dynamically. You can allocate the memory dynamically whenever you want, how much you want at the runtime. Whenever you want, how much you want at the runtime, you can allocate the memory. Is that clear? So that is the okay use of dynamic memory allocation. So by using the concept of DMA, I am repeating, you can allocate the memory dynamically at the runtime. Is that clear? And remember, whatever the memory allocated by using DMA, whatever the memory allocated by using this concept of dynamic memory allocation, so where it will be allocated, in which segment it is allocated. Tell me, what are the memories allocated by using the dynamic memory allocation DMA concept, where it is allocated, in which segment. You are having 4 segments: stack segment, code segment, data segment, and the heap segment. Yaad hai sabko, right? Where it is allocated in the heap segment. Is that clear? So what are the memory allocated by using dynamic memory allocation? That will be allocated in the heap segment. Is that clear? And next, okay, now look at here, lifetime of this memory. Lifetime of this memory, dynamically allocated memory, is entire program. Entire program. मतलब जब तक प्रोग्राम चलेगा तब तक वो मेमोरी रहेगा. Is that clear? Right? So lifetime of this okay dynamically allocated memory is what? Entire program. Is that clear for everyone? Right? So what is the okay standard functions used? What are the standard functions used for the dynamic memory allocation? What are the standard functions used for the dynamic memory allocation? Right? I think all of you know malloc, cloc, realloc, and these are the functions used for the dynamic memory allocation. And what is the header file used? What is the header file used for the DMA purpose? Okay, hash include stdlib.h. stdlib.h. Okay, so previously in the old Turbo C, there was like okay hash include malloc.h, and even okay old Turbo C there was a hash include alloc.h. Okay, so it's keep on changing. So the latest one is stdlib.h, right? So you can check that. Okay, note down all the points one by one, and later we'll see okay what is how the dynamic memory allocation will take place with the help of malloc function, right? Note down the first point. Array follows, right? Very good. Note down, array follows static memory allocation. First point लिखो. Array follows static memory allocation. Yeah, Preeta Majumdar, you will understand that now. Okay, don't worry. Note down. Array follows a static memory allocation. It means we should know. It means we should know the requirement of size. We should know the requirement of the size prior to the declaration. We should know the requirement of the size prior to the declaration. No doubt. Second point. If we want to increase the size of the array, if we want to increase the size of the array dynamically, if we want to increase the size of the array dynamically, then it is very complicated. Very complicated. Okay. Next line will go. Next point. If the requirement is dynamically allocating the memory, if the requirement if the requirement is dynamically allocating the memory, if the requirement is dynamically allocating the memory at runtime, then concept of DMA is used. Then the concept of DMA means dynamic memory allocation. DMA is used. Next point. Next point. By using the concept of DMA, no, no. By using the concept of DMA, we can allocate the memory by using the concept of DMA, we can allocate the memory by using the concept of DMA, we can allocate the memory at the runtime. At the runtime. And this memory will be stored. This memory will be allocated in the heap segment. This memory will be stored in the this memory will stored or this memory allocated. Anything is fine. This memory is stored or this memory allocated in the heap segment. This memory is stored or allocated in the heap segment. In the heap segment. Okay. Note down. Next point. The lifetime of dynamically allocated memory. The lifetime. The lifetime of dynamically allocated memory is the entire program. The lifetime of dynamically allocated memory is the entire program. Entire program. Note down. Next. The header file used for the DMA. Header file used for the DMA is std #include std lib.h. Header file used for DMA std lib.h. std lib.h. Okay. Note down. Next point. The following functions are used. The following functions are used in the DMA. Following functions are used in the DMA. So in the dynamic memory allocation, what are the functions used? Okay. Note down. Malloc, following functions are used in the DMA. Malloc, kalloc, realloc, and next is free. Note down. Header file used is what? Okay, I've written here standard. Okay, stdlib.h. Like the general standard library, something like that. stdlib.h. And header file following functions are used. What are the functions used? Malloc, kalloc, realloc, and free. So different people will say okay, different pronunciation. Pronunciation is not matter, doesn't matter. So they say, somebody will say malloc, somebody will say malloc, somebody will say memory allocation. So any name is fine. Is that clear? So नाम से क्या मतलब है? Okay, right? So somebody say malloc, somebody say malloc. Okay, right? malloc. Somebody will say memory allocation. So some name. Okay, any name is fine. Okay, right. So in the DMA, okay, what are the functions used? Okay, malloc, cloc, realloc, and free. So these two things are important for us. We are going to study these two things, malloc and free. Is that clear? Right. So what is the meaning of malloc and how dynamically memory will be allocated by using malloc? Let us try to understand. Okay. So this is very important. Listen carefully. So keep the heading malloc function. Okay, if you go for any interviews, or anything, so they will ask, so how malloc function will work, what is the syntax, okay, so they will ask, okay, these kind of questions. So listen carefully. So this is very important. I will explain in detail, very in detail, what is malloc. Okay, right. So okay, what is the syntax and how it is going to work, everything I will explain. Okay, so the answers know first. The answers know. I will give the notes. All the points I will make a note. Okay, right. Okay, okay, right. So next, so keep the heading malloc. So just note down the syntax, syntax of the malloc. So just copy this. Copy all this carefully. I will explain everything. Copy this diagram. This is a stack segment and this is a heap segment. 350.89. Okay. Copy this one and copy that diagram also. Carefully copy. कॉपी करने के बाद मैसेज करो. कॉपी करने के बाद मैसेज करो। Right. So I think all of you copied. Right. So listen everything very carefully. So this is very very important. I will explain very slowly, and everything you should understand. Whatever I am teaching, everything you should understand. Okay. Now, okay, what is the malloc function? Malloc is used, okay, for allocating the memory dynamically. For dynamic memory allocation purpose, we are going to use what? Malloc. Is that clear? Listen here. So for repeat कर रहा हूँ, for dynamic memory allocation we will use what? Malloc function. Is that clear? So understand here what is a malloc function. If somebody is asking malloc function, you have to write the syntax first. What you have to write? Syntax. Look at here. This is the syntax given to you. This is the syntax of the malloc function. Now understand carefully the first important point. Malloc function. Malloc function dynamically allocates the memory in the heap segment. Listen only, don't write anything. I will give the notes. My notes देता हूँ. Okay, बस आपको अच्छे से सुनना है. Malloc function dynamically allocates the memory in the heap segment. Malloc function dynamically allocates the memory in the heap segment, and it takes one argument. It takes one argument that is in the bytes. It takes one argument that is in the bytes. It means for the malloc function, you should give how many bytes of memory you want to allocate. How many bytes of memory you want to allocate in the heap segment. Dynamically, how much memory bytes, how many number of bytes you want to allocate. So, in the malloc function takes only one argument. Malloc function takes only one argument, that is in the bytes. Like you want to allocate 10 bytes of memory. So, you give 10. Okay, you want to allocate 20 bytes of memory. You give 20. That's it. Okay, it will allocate 20 bytes. You give 10. It will allocate 10 bytes. You give 1000. It will allocate 1000. Now let us say I want to allocate for integer. Then integer will take how many bytes? Tell me. Integer will take how many bytes? 2 bytes. So in the malloc function you can give how much value? 2 bytes. Okay, it means 2. Malloc is taking one argument that is in the bytes. Now I want to allocate the memory for integer. So you give what? Malloc of 2 here. Malloc of 2. Yes or no? Right. But remember, what is the problem if you do like this? What is the problem if you do like this? Listen carefully. Now let us say, now the turbo C is taking integer is taking 2 bytes. Now maybe after 5 years or maybe 10 years, okay, in the turbo C integer is taking 4 bytes. In that case, what happens? Your program will fail. Yes or no? If you execute the same program after 5 years, the program will fail. Now you know that, okay, now integer is taking 2 bytes. You want to allocate the memory for integer. You want to allocate the memory for integer. So you are giving a malloc of 2 de diya. So then what happens? Now your program will work fine, no problem. But remember, after 5 years, now the integer is taking 4 bytes, then your program will fail. So that is the reason. That is the reason. What is the turbo C? Okay, now C language is given. They have given one operator. Something called size of. That is called as what? Size of. Is that clear? So remember, size of, there is no space here. Size of is continuous. There is no space. यहाँ पे कोई space नहीं है. Size of is continuous. Okay, size of is continuous. Now remember, size of is a operator. Listen to me. Size of is what? Operator. It is not a function. It is not a function. Generally, it will look like a function. Generally, some students will feel it is a function. It is not a function. Size of is a operator. It will calculate the size in the form of what? Bytes. Now let us say you want to allocate memory for integer. Okay, integer. Then what you will do? Simply size of int. You simply give size of int. Then what happens? If you simply say size of int, okay, now what is the integer? How many bytes it is taking according to present scenario? According to present compiler. Now integer is taking 2 bytes. Then the size of will return what? 2. Maybe after 5 years, your integer is taking to 4 bytes. Then the size of will return what? 4 bytes. So it means you don't need to worry, तुम्हारा दिमाग खराब करने की जरूरत नहीं है। आज का टाइम पे इंटीजर 2 बाइट है, ओके 5 साल के बाद इंटीजर का 4 बाइट है, और 20 साल के बाद इंटीजर आल्सो टेकिंग 8 बाइट्स है। ओके ये सारे दिमाग खराब करने की जरूरत नहीं है। You don't need to worry about all this. Now integer is 2 bytes, after 5 years 4 bytes, after 20 years 8 bytes. You don't need to worry about all that. You can simply use something called size of operator. Size of is an operator. It will calculate the size in the form of bytes. Size of is a operator. It will calculate the size in the form of bytes. So it means it will itself will take care of that. You don't need to worry. Okay, you don't need to worry 2 bytes or 4 bytes or 8 bytes. Okay, you simply use what? Size of operator. So that is the reason you have to write size of int or size of float. You are allocating for the float variable. Then you give what? Size of float. So it will calculate. Now the float variable taking how many bytes? 4 bytes. According to present system, it will return 4. Maybe after 10 years, okay, float variable taking 8 bytes. It will return 8. So you don't need to worry about that. So you can simply use what? Size of operator. Right? I am repeating. Okay, what is that? Malloc dynamically allocates the memory. What are the points? अभी तक क्या क्या बताया? Malloc dynamically allocates the memory in the heap segment. Malloc dynamically allocates the memory in the heap segment, and it takes one argument that is in the bytes. It takes one argument that is in the bytes. Next important point. Size of is a operator. Size of is a operator. Size of is a operator. Understand carefully. Size of is a operator. It will calculate the size in the bytes. Size of is operator will calculate the size in the bytes. Let's say you are allocating memory for integer. You simply say size of int. You are allocating memory for float. You simply say size of float. Let's say you are allocating the memory for the structure node. You are allocating the memory for structure node. Then you simply say size of node. It will calculate how much memory required for your structure node. You are allocating memory for some function. You simply give that function name. It will calculate okay, how much memory required for that particular function. Is that clear? So you don't need to worry. It will take care. Is that clear? Right. Next important point. Listen carefully. Next important point. Malloc dynamically allocates the memory in the heap segment. It takes one argument that is in the bytes. Understand carefully. Malloc is dynamically allocating the memory. Whatever the bytes you are saying, like for example, you are saying integer, like integer, whatever, okay, float. Okay, you are saying 2 bytes memory allocate karo, 2 bytes. 4 bytes memory allocate karo, 4 bytes. So it is dynamically allocating the memory in the heap segment. To allocate the memory in the heap segment, okay, whatever the bytes, जितना bytes तुमने बोला है उतना byte allocate करेगा simply, right? So 4 byte, 20 byte, 20 bytes, whatever it is. So it will simply allocate the memory in the heap segment, and it returns its base address. Understand carefully. Malloc dynamically allocates the memory in the heap segment. It takes one argument that is in the bytes and returns its base address. मतलब क्या है? Malloc जो भी मेमोरी एलोकेट किया ओके हीप सेगमेंट में ओके क्या रिटर्न करेगा आपको? ओके वो जहां पे एलोकेट किया उसका बेस एड्रेस आपको दे देगा. Is that clear? So it will simply okay returns its base address. Now remember, now tell me important point. When that is returning the base address, when your Malloc is returning the base address, what are the memory allocated in the heap segment? It will simply returns its base address. So it is returning the base address means important point receiver should be what? Pointer variable. Yes or no? Because address can be stored only in the pointer variable. Yes or no? Address can be stored only in the pointer variable. So it will simply allocate the memory in the heap segment and returns its base address. Okay, returns its base address. Then the receiver should be what? Obviously pointer variable. Is that clear? Now look at here. What I am assigning, whatever it is returning, we are assigning it to what? Pointer variable. Why you are assigning to pointer variable? Because okay, it is simply allocating the memory in the heap segment, returns its base address. Because it is returning base address, receiver should be pointer variable. Right? Now understand here. Right? Understand here. Receiver should be pointer variable. Right? Now it is returning the okay. Receiver should be pointer variable. Now whatever the address it is returning. Listen carefully. Whatever the address it is returning, it will always return the address. Which type of address? Integer address. Listen carefully. What is that address? Okay, what is that? Okay, it is returning base address. What is that address? Address. What is that pointer? Returning address means what? Returning pointer. It is returning the simple address. Okay, क्या address return करेगा? Integer address return करेगा. Why it is returning integer address? Okay, integer pointer. It is returning integer pointer. Integer pointer. Why? Because turbo C is made like that. Turbo C is made like that. malloc function. Okay, किसी को भी तुम एड्रेस allocate करो, किसी को भी तुम एड्रेस allocate करो, you can allocate the memory, you can allocate the memory for okay anyone, like maybe for integer, maybe for float, maybe for structure node, or maybe for anything. It will simply return only integer address. Okay, now remember old turbo C, it is a void pointer. Old turbo C, it is a void pointer. Now the latest turbo C, it is returning what? Integer pointer. Okay, because why it is like this? Why? Because malloc function does not know, malloc function does not know to whom it is allocating the memory. malloc function को ये पता नहीं है कि वो किसके लिए मेमोरी allocate कर रहा है. वो जितना बाइट बोले तो उतना बाइट मेमोरी allocate कर रहा है. It simply returns its base address, and that address is what? Integer pointer. Address is integer pointer. Is that here? So that is how the C language malloc function. It's a standard function. It's a standard function. You cannot question like why it is returning integer address, integer pointer. Why it is an integer pointer? That is how the malloc function is okay made. That is a standard function. जैसा दिया गया ऐसे ही पढ़ना है. Right? You cannot apply your own brain. Is that here? Now to whatever maybe okay it is allocating the memory. It is allocating memory for float, or where is allocating memory for structure node, where allocating memory for character, allocating memory for integer, whatever it is, but it will always return what? Integer pointer. Now tell me important point. When it is returning the integer pointer, when it is always returning integer pointer only, then what is required? Typecasting required. Why? Because let us say I allocated the memory for a float variable. Listen carefully. I am allocating the memory for which variable? Float variable. I allocated memory for float variable means how many bytes I want to access, how many bytes I want to dereference, how many bytes I want to access? 4 bytes. Because float means what? It requires 4 bytes. Now if I don't do the typecasting, okay, it is always returning what? Integer. Without typecasting, it is always returning integer pointer only. It is always returning integer pointer. Then what happens? You can access how many bytes? Only 2 bytes. 2 bytes. Because integer pointer can access how many bytes? 2 bytes. So it is always returning integer address. But you allocated memory for a float. You allocated memory for structure node. Then you want to access. If I allocate structure node, I want to okay access maybe 6 bytes, or maybe 20 bytes, or maybe 30 bytes, or maybe for float I want to dereference access 4 bytes. But it is always returning integer address only. Then I want to access 4 bytes. Let us say I allocated memory for float. I allocated memory for float. I want to access how many bytes? 4 bytes. But your malloc is always returning which address? Integer address. Okay, so what is required? Definitely typecasting required. Yes or no? If I don't do the typecasting, then what happens? Okay, it is always returning integer and integer address, integer pointer, and you are trying to access 4 bytes. That is not possible. Through integer pointer, you can access only 2 bytes. And moreover, the type mismatch also will come. Okay, so definitely typecasting is required. So to access the required number of bytes. Because I simply allocated the memory for float variable, I want to access 4 bytes. Then definitely you have to do typecasting to what? Float pointer. Yes or no? Right? So that is the reason typecasting is required. That is the reason typecasting to the respective pointer is required. So typecast star. So this is the okay. Now this is the okay malloc syntax. Is that clear? Right? So every pointer you should explain why this is given, why this is given, why this is given, why you are assigning it to pointer variable. whatever malloc is returning, why you are assigned to pointer variable, and why you are doing typecasting to pointer, and next why you are using the size of operator. Okay, everything you should have a clarity. Now let us take the example, right? So let's take the example here. What is the example here? Okay, float star ptr. So this is simply pointer variable. First listen carefully. Float star ptr. Ptr is a pointer variable. Ptr is a pointer variable of type okay, float, where we can show address of any float. Now look at here. So ptr equal to, now float star, typecasting to float star. Look at here. So malloc. Malloc is a standard function. Okay, keyword you cannot change. I am using the size of operator. Size of, there is no space here. It is all completely only one word. Size of, only one word. Size of, okay, float, only one word. There is no space. Size of is a operator. It will calculate the size. Okay, now with respect to bytes. Okay, now I want to allocate the memory for float. So let's say I want to allocate 4 bytes float ke liye. So you simply, okay, use the size of operator. So size of will calculate the size, okay, in the form of what? Bytes. Oh, calculate करके आपको दे देगा. So now float means, size of float means you are returning 4. Now 4 bytes of memory allocated in the heap segment. Now look at here. 4 bytes of memory. 4 bytes of memory allocated in the heap segment. Okay, now look at it. So 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, 4. 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, 0 to 3. 4 bytes memory allocated. Now malloc is dynamically allocating 4 bytes and simply returning its base address. When that is returning base address, receiver should be pointer variable. Look at here. I am assigning it to pointer variable. Why you are assigning it to pointer variable? Because that is returning base address. So look at here. That base address I am storing in the pointer variable ptr. Right? Now look at here. Now I am saying star ptr. Star ptr means what? Value at the location ptr. Value at the location ptr. Now value at the location ptr means value at the location 100. I am storing as what? 350. Okay, 89, some value I am storing. And next I am saying I am printing the data with the pointer variable. So printf %lf star ptr, value at the location 100. Value at the location 100 means how many bytes I want to print? Total 4 bytes because float. So that is the reason you have to do it what? Typecasting required. If this typecasting is not done, then what happens? Your malloc will always return what? Integer address. So this is returning int star. This is returning integer pointer. If I don't write this, now tell me, इसको हटा दिया तो क्या होगा? Now tell me, your malloc is returning integer address and you are assigning it to what? Float pointer. Look at here, ptr is what? Float pointer. So this is the float pointer. This is the float pointer, float star. Look at here. So ptr is a float pointer and this is always returning integer pointer. So can I assign like this? No, because the type mismatch. Okay, that is the reason typecasting we clearly said in the pointers. In order to perform any operation between the two variables, the type of both should be same. Otherwise, you have to do the typecasting. Is that here? So this is returning integer address and you are allocating to the float pointer, float address. So float pointer. So this is the type mismatch here. Error will come. Error will come. This is returning always integer pointer and you are allocating it to float pointer. So the type mismatch will come. And next also one more problem is what? Okay, with the integer pointer, let's say you are allocating an integer pointer. You can access how many bytes? Only 2 bytes. But you want to access how many bytes? 4 bytes. Why? Because you allocated memory for float pointer. So that is the reason. Okay, typecasting is required here. Typecasting is required. So float star is required. Okay, and the next important point, listen here, malloc does not know. Next important point, malloc does not know to whom it is allocating the memory. वो किसके लिए memory allocate कर रहा है malloc को पता नहीं है. Malloc does not know. Okay, malloc does not know to whom it is allocating the memory. And the next important point, listen here, next important point, whatever the memory allocated in the stack segment here, whatever the memory allocated in the stack segment can be accessed. Whatever the memory allocated in the stack segment can be accessed only through whatever the memory allocated in the stack segment can be accessed through, okay, variable names and also through pointers. I'm repeating, whatever the memory allocated in the stack segment, whatever the memory allocated in the stack segment can be accessed through variable names and also through pointers. But whatever the memory allocated in the heap segment, that will be accessed only through pointers. Whatever the memory allocated in the heap segment, that can be accessed only through pointers. There is no variable name concept in the heap segment. Look at here. Did I write any variable name here? There is no variable name here. Is that clear? Whatever the memory allocated in the heap segment can be accessed only through pointers. Remember, whatever the memory allocated in the stack segment can be accessed through variable name and also pointer. But whatever the memory allocated in the heap segment can be accessed only through what? Only through pointers. Okay, right. Next important point. Listen carefully. Next important point. When you are allocating the memory, okay, using malloc function, malloc allocates the memory in the heap segment, returns its base address. In case, if it is not able to allocate the memory, when the memory is memory full, it is not able to allocate the memory, then malloc returns what? Null. Malloc returns null. This is very important point. So malloc returns what? Null. So whatever the memory allocated, okay, in case if it is not able to allocate the memory, you are trying to allocate through malloc, but some reason memory is the full, resources not available. If it is not able to allocate the memory, then malloc returns what? Null. Okay, malloc returns null. Okay, if it is not able to allocate the memory dynamically. Is that clear for everyone? Right? So these are all the okay important points. Okay, you should remember. Yes, Abhijit, you are right. Okay. Okay. So what is this? Yeah, Nishu Rati, sir, why we took 100 in the heap segment and 200 in stack segment? Anything you can take. Addresses, there is no relation, beta. Addresses, there is no relation. Okay, some student is asking why 100 here, why 200 here. You can take 200 here, you can take 100 here. There is no relation between the addresses. They are just random addresses because that is a heap segment and this is a stack segment. Okay, they are completely okay independent. Is that clear? Right. So there is no relation between the addresses. आप कुछ भी ले सकते हो, you can take. Is that clear? Right. Okay. So sorry. All right. I took break for 2 minutes. 1 minute. Yeah. Yeah. So right. So I'll repeat once again. Right. So just note down all the points one by one. Note down all the points one by one. Okay. I will explain everything once again also. Right. Note down all the points one by one. Note down the first point. First point. Malloc allocates the memory. Note down. Number one. Point number one. Malloc allocates the memory in a heap segment malloc allocates the memory in the heap segment and it takes one argument. It takes one argument that is in bytes. Malloc allocates the memory in the heap segment and it takes one argument that is in bytes. Second point. Size of is an operator. Size of is an operator and it calculates the size in bytes. Size of is an operator and it calculates the size in bytes. Next, third point. Third point, point number 3. Malloc allocates the memory. Malloc allocates the memory in the heap segment and returns its base address. Malloc allocates the memory in the heap segment and returns its base address. Next, point number 4. Point number 4. This base address is a integer pointer. Point number 4. This base address is integer pointer. Bracket में लिखो old turbo C, it is a void pointer. Old turbo C, it is a void pointer. Old turbo C, it is a void pointer. Next, point number 5. Point number 5. because it is returning base address. Point number 5, because it is returning base address, receiver should be pointer variable. Because it is returning base address, the receiver should be pointer variable. Point number 6. Point number 6. It is always returning. It is always returning integer pointer. Point number 6. It is always returning integer pointer. Then respective typecasting is required. Respective typecasting is required to access the allocated memory. To access the allocated memory. रिपीट कर रहा हूँ पॉइंट नंबर 6 को रिपीट कर रहा हूँ. It is always returning integer pointer, then respective typecasting is required to access the allocated memory. Point number 7. Point number 7. malloc does not know to whom it is allocating the memory. Malloc does not know to whom it is allocating the memory. Malloc does not know to whom it is allocating the memory. Point number 8. Point number 8. Whatever the memory allocated in the stack segment, whatever the memory allocated in the stack segment can be accessed using variable names and also through pointers. But whatever the memory allocated in the heap segment whatever the memory allocated in the heap segment can be accessed by using through pointers only. Whatever the memory allocated in the heap segment can be accessed by using through pointers only. Next, point number 9. पॉइंट नंबर 8 को मैं रिपीट कर रहा हूँ फिर से. पॉइंट नंबर 8 को whatever memory allocated in the stack segment. पॉइंट नंबर 8 को रिपीट कर रहा हूँ, चेक कर लो. whatever the memory allocated in the stack segment can be accessed using variable names and also through pointers. Using variable names and also through pointers. But whatever the memory allocated in the heap segment can be accessed, okay, by using accessed by using only through pointers. Only through pointers. Next, point number 9. Point number 9. malloc returns null. Yes, by using through pointers. Yes, yeah, that's fine. Okay. Point number 9. Point number 9. malloc returns null. null को कैपिटल में लिखो. null को कैपिटल में लिखो. null, null. malloc returns null if it is not able to allocate the memory. If it is not able to allocate the memory. If it is not able to allocate the memory when the memory is full. malloc returns null if it is not able to allocate the memory when the memory is full. Okay. malloc returns null. Okay. If it is not able to allocate the memory when the memory is full. When the memory is full. Okay. When the memory is full. Read all the points. Read all the points. Now tell me what is the output printed here. Note down. Output will be what? 350.89. So it will print. It will access all the 4 bytes. It will access the completely float. So output will be what? Star PTR. Value at the location 100. How much is that? 350.89. Yeah, Snehashis, if it is an integer, if you are allocating for integer, then you don't require typecasting, right? Because it is always returning integer, and in case if you are allocating the memory to integer only, allocating the memory only to integer, you want to access how many bytes? 2 bytes. You are allocating only to integer, then obviously you don't require typecasting. Is that clear? Other than integer, if you are allocating to anyone else, definitely typecasting required. Okay. If you are allocating only to integer, it is not required. Is that clear? So you allocated memory to integer. It is all anyway returning integer address. So then not required. Typecasting not required. Please repeat the first point, second point. What is that? इतना slow बताया, फिर भी repeat first point, second point, third point. Very bad. Right. So dynamically allocating the memory. So if you require dynamically allocating memory, so definitely you require malloc. Okay, Manish. So I'm just repeating all the points once again. Okay, if somebody is asking what is malloc, okay, somebody is asking what is malloc, all the points you have to explain very clearly. Is that clear? Right? So just copy this diagram and you need to explain with the explain with the syntax. If somebody is asking what is malloc and what is the behavior of the malloc, okay, so then you need to give the syntax of the malloc, and you can just take some simple example here, and next you can take this diagram. Okay, now tell me, in the malloc syntax, why you are using this size of operator? Okay, first explain all the things. Malloc dynamically allocates the memory in the heap segment. Listen to me, just revise all the points. Malloc dynamically allocates the memory in the heap segment. It takes one argument, that is in the bytes. It takes one argument, that is in the bytes. Okay, now remember, okay, if you are allocating to integer or float or structure node, whatever, so don't take headache like a float is taking 4 bytes, integer taking 2 bytes. You don't need to worry about all this. Just use the size of operator. Size of is a operator. It will calculate the size in the bytes. Is that clear? Right. And next important point, malloc allocates the memory in the heap segment and returns its base address. It is simply allocating the memory in the heap segment and returns its base address. Because it is returning the base address, receiver should be pointer variable. अगर आप कोई बेस एड्रेस दे रहा है तो पकड़ने वाला क्या होना चाहिए? पॉइंटर वेरिएबल. व्हाई? बिकॉज द एड्रेस कैन बी स्टोर्ड ओनली इन द pointer variable, right? So receiver should be pointer variable. So malloc always returns base address, but this base address will be what? Integer pointer. This base address will be what? Integer pointer. So because it is always returning integer pointer only, so the respective typecasting required to access the allocated memory. Because let us say you allocated memory for float, you want to access 4 bytes, but through integer pointer you can access only 2 bytes. So that is the reason you require what? Typecasting. Now some students are asking the question, sir, I allocated memory to only to integer, then also typecasting required? Then not required. Is that here? Because you allocated memory to only integer and you are stored address in the integer pointer, then not required. Is that here? But it is not always you allocate memory for integer. Sometimes you allocate memory for structure node. Sometimes you allocate memory for a float pointer. Okay, float. So in that case, typecasting required. Is that clear? Right. Okay, next important point is what? Okay, malloc does not know to whom it is allocating the memory. malloc को पता नहीं है किसके लिए मेमोरी allocate कर रहा है. Is that clear? So malloc simply allocates the memory in the heap segment, returns its base address. Because it is returning base address, receiver should be pointer variable. And next, it is always returning integer pointer. Then respective typecasting required to access the required memory, required bytes, required number of bytes. And the next important point is what? Okay, whatever the memory allocated in the stack segment. Stack segment में जो भी memory allocate किया है, what is the memory allocated in the stack segment can be accessed through variable names and also through pointers. Look at here, in the stack segment, do you have variable name? Yes, variable name is there. So what are the memory allocated in the stack segment can be accessed through variable name and also through pointer. But whatever the memory allocated in the heap segment, can be accessed only through what? Can be accessed only through pointers. Can be accessed only through pointers. And the next important point, very important point, last point, malloc returns null if it is not able to allocate the memory when the memory is full. So in case if the memory is full, like completely memory full, there is no space available to allocate the memory, so in that case malloc returns what? Null. Is that clear? So that is the important point. Is that all the points are clear? If somebody is asking what is malloc, in the interview, write the syntax. Now take the diagram, take this example. First syntax and next example and the diagram, and explain all the points in the same way how I explained. Is that clear? Explain all the points in the same way how I explained. Everything you have to explain. What is the use of size of? What is why typecast required? Why you are assigning to pointer variable? Everything you have to explain in the same manner in detail. Is that clear? अगर आप ऐसा एक्सप्लेन नहीं कर रहे हैं, तुम्हारा कुछ नहीं होगा, मेरा इज्जत जाएगा. Is that clear? Right? हाँ, right. Understand carefully. Okay, समझ में आया? Right? Yeah, Bhanu Pratap, size of is already keyword. Yes, sir. Size of is a keyword. Right. There is a standard operator. There is a okay direct keyword. Okay. Okay. So that is about the malloc function. Okay. Is this clear for everyone? Crystal clear for everyone? ओके क्रिस्टल क्लियर होना चाहिए. किसी को डाउट है तो मेरा प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, तुम्हारा प्रॉब्लम है. इजली है, किसी को डाउट है, somebody is having doubt, then that is your problem. I cannot do anything. Okay, right? Right. So fine. So next, so let's move on to the next one. Okay, free function. Okay, so take a free function. What is the free function? Let's try to understand. Note down the next. Yes, sir. Preeto Saha, yes, sir. You will understand that. Don't worry. Note down. Keep the heading free function. What is the meaning of free here? Okay, note down. Free function deallocates the memory. Note down the point. Free function deallocates the memory. Free function deallocates the memory in the heap segment. Free function deallocates the memory. Free function deallocates the memory in the heap segment, and it takes one argument. Free function deallocates the memory in the heap segment, and it takes one argument. It takes one argument, that is a base address. That is a base address. Is that here? Right. So okay, free function, what it will do, it deallocates the memory in the heap segment, and it takes one argument. That is a base address. Okay, so if you want to deallocate this memory, okay, in the heap segment you allocated this, right? I want to deallocate that. After completing the usage, after my requirement is completed, you need to deallocate that. Is that here? Right. So understand here, right? So understand, so once okay, my work is completed, my job is done, I don't want that heap segment memory, like I don't want that memory now. So then I want to deallocate that. Deallocate means what? You need to give it back to operating system. Okay, so first thing is what? You are allocating memory to your program. Once your program execution is completed, now you don't require that, you need to deallocate the memory. Okay, deallocate करना है. So deallocate करना मतलब you are giving it to what? Back to operating system indirectly. Is that clear? Right. So how you are going to deallocate the memory? By using free function. So free function takes one argument, that is okay, base address. Now tell me, I want to deallocate this one. Okay, what is the base address of this one? 100. So where is that 100 available? In the PTR. So you will say free PTR. So just listen carefully, and you need to copy that diagram once again. You cannot modify. Don't be lazy. Okay, listen here. So if I say free PTR, now PTR में क्या दिया? 100. So look at it. PTR means what? 100. PTR means 100. Okay, now look at here. So free PTR means okay, so that particular okay location, whatever the heap segment memory is there, that will be deallocated. So this 4 bytes of chunk of memory, that is the deallocated. So this 4 bytes of chunk of memory is the deallocated. So deallocated means now that is not in your program control. That is not in your program control. Now that is okay in the control of what? Operating system. So that is given to operating system. OS को दिया गया. Now understand here. So once that is given to operating system, now look at here. Now this is not available. Now this memory is not in your program control, but still PTR is pointing to 100. Look at here. PTR is still pointing to 100. Yes or no? Right. PTR is pointing to 100, but 100 location is not available with your program. 100 location is not in your control. Okay, 100 location किसके पास है? OS के पास है. So it means okay, PTR, now this pointer is pointing to some unknown location. This pointer is pointing to some unknown location, or you say deallocated memory. So in that case, so this pointer, this is called as what? This is called as a dangling pointer. This is called as what? Dangling pointer. Right? So dangling pointer. What is the meaning of dangling pointer? A pointer pointing to some deallocated memory. Pointer pointing to deallocated memory, or okay, right, unknown location. Unknown location or deallocated memory. That is called as what? A dangling pointer. Now, if I want to remove this dangling pointer, what do you have to say? What do you have to do? If I want to remove that dangling pointer, क्या करना पड़ेगा? Tell me, क्या करना पड़ेगा? Look at here. So this is still pointing to 100. Okay, PTR में 100 है. It is pointing to some unknown location or deallocated memory. That is called as a dangling pointer. If I want to remove that, okay, dangling pointer को हटाना है, तो क्या करना पड़ेगा? You have to say PTR equal to null. So when you say PTR equal to null here, what happens? Tell me. When you say PTR equal to null, so this 100 will be removed. Now that becomes what? Null. So when this becomes null, now this pointer is no more. So this pointer is no more in the memory. So now you can remove the dangling pointer. So if you don't write this, line, so that becomes what? Dangling pointer. That becomes dangling pointer. So dangling pointer means what? A pointer pointing to unknown location, or say deallocated memory. That is called as what? Dangling pointer. Okay, so copy karo, copy this free, copy these lines and copy this diagram and copy this. Copy this again, once again copy this. कॉपी करने के बाद मैसेज करो. Right. So understand here. Next, understand here. So what is the meaning of this dangling pointer? I think all of you copied. Note down. So keep the heading dangling pointer. Note down the definition. Note down. Keep the heading dangling pointer. Note down. A pointer pointing to a pointer pointing to a pointer pointing to unknown location. A pointer pointing to unknown location. Unknown location. A pointer pointing to unknown location or deallocated memory. A pointer pointing to unknown location or deallocated memory. Okay, is called as a dangling pointer. Okay, a pointer pointing to unknown location or deallocated memory is called as what? A dangling pointer. Is that clear? Right. So the next next important point, listen here. Once the memory is once the deallocated memory is completed, let's say your usage is completed, okay, right? So just understand what I'm saying here. Okay, note down the note, keep it as a note. After usage dynamically allocated memory in the heap segment. After usage dynamically allocated memory in the heap segment must be deallocated. Must be deallocated. Otherwise it is called as memory leakage. Otherwise it's called as a memory leakage. Otherwise it's called as a memory leakage. Gaurav Kumar, after initializing with null, it will still occupy the memory. Yes, it will still occupy the memory. Yes, only dangling pointer will be removed. So that is the reason you have to use the free function. So free function definitely you have to do. After that you have to say ptr equal to null. Okay. So understand this point here. After usage, okay, after usage dynamically allocated memory in the heap segment must be deallocated. Otherwise it is called as what? Memory leakage. Otherwise it's called as a memory leakage. So this is a very important point. So listen carefully. This is a very important point. Okay, right. So it means whatever the memory, okay, it is you allocated in the heap segment. Let us say you allocated memory in the heap segment. Okay, after usage, dynamically memory allocated segment, memory in the heap segment must be deallocated. So you have to deallocate that. By using the free function, you have to deallocate that. So otherwise what happens, that is called as what? Memory leakage. Which means you are not okay using that memory, you are not using that memory and you are not giving to operating system. You are not using that memory and you are not giving it to operating system. So that is called as what? Memory leakage. So that is the reason whatever the memory you allocated, once your usage is completed, आपका मतलब काम खत्म हो गया, यूज करना खत्म हो गया, सो दैट मस्ट बी डीअलोकेटेड. इज दैट क्लियर? सो अदरवाइज इसका लाइफ टाइम क्या है बताओ? एंटायर प्रोग्राम. नाउ लेट अस से योर प्रोग्राम इज रनिंग ओके इन द बैकग्राउंड, ओके योर प्रोग्राम इज रनिंग 1 year, your program is running 6 months. Okay, 6 months your program background it is keep on running. 6 months वो चलता ही रहेगा program. Like your program is working in the server and 6 months okay your program is running like that only. You allocated some memory, वो ऐसे ही मेमोरी को पकड़ के रहेगा, मेमोरी को पकड़ के रहेगा. इज दैट क्लियर? सो अगर डीअलोकेट नहीं किया तो क्या प्रॉब्लम होगा? इफ यू आर नॉट डीअलोकेटिंग दैट, इट मीन्स unnecessarily you are wasting that much of memory. If your program is running 6 months, your program is running 1 year, so that much time your memory will be wasted. So that is called as what? Memory leakage. That is called as memory leakage. Is this clear for everyone? Right? So once usage is completed, you must deallocate that memory. So otherwise okay, that is called as what? Memory leakage. Is this clear for everyone? Right? Okay, all the points are clear. Right? So that is okay end of programming. That is the end of programming. Is that clear? So I hope you guys enjoyed programming, right? So all the things discussed in detail, okay, with a very in the deeper manner, okay, like whatever the time is given to me, right, I gave the best out of the best, okay, in the programming. Is that clear? Right? So everything like especially pointers, storage classes, scope, okay, arrays, pointers, strings, structures, everything, okay, like including this dynamic memory allocation. So I explained everything in detail, okay, with a crystal clear manner without any doubts. Is that clear? So please revise the notes very carefully, and each and every point in the notes you have to understand. Each and every point you have to understand in the notes, and try solving your workbook of the programming. Try solving the workbook of the programming. Is that clear? Right? So I will give the video solution and I will also give the key and also give the PDF, okay, for all the solutions. So you don't need to worry about anything. Is that clear? So solve okay from your side. Is that clear? Maybe today or maybe tomorrow I will upload the videos. Is that clear? Right? So if possible I will share the PDF also, solution PDF, so that you can okay check and verify. Okay, fine. So that is the end of programming. So I hope you guys enjoyed programming. So we'll have a break, okay, for 20 minutes. So 11:42, okay, 12 noon. So let's have a break. So after the break, I'll start with the data structures. After the break, I'll start with the data structures. Okay, fine. So see you after the break. Right. Take care. Yeah, Shubhi Goel, that is not required. If you want to study, you can study that. That is not required. If you want to study, you study from Google. Not required. Somili Kumar, that is also not required. No, Keshav Gaur, no. Yeah, Klock and Realock not required. I told you that. Yeah, you will get separate break for lunch. We'll have it 1:30. सर बहुत मजा आया पढ़ने में प्रोग्रामिंग. It's crystal clear now. I will try to get full marks in programming. Konark, yes. Yeah, Aditya, thank you. Thank you, Vitabhushan. Mhm. ओके, आ गए सब लोग? So let's move on to the next one. Next topic in the continuation, that is data structures. आ गए सब लोग? Just give the comment. Okay. So fine, आ गए सब लोग? Ready sir, ready sir. Okay. So fine, let's try to understand here. Next we'll move on to next one. Okay, continuation, that is data structures. So what is the meaning of data structures? Understand here. Just by looking at the heading only, you can understand the data structures. Okay, it means we are going to structure the data in the simple words, right? So mainly the data structures means what? Okay, right? Note down the points. Data structures, data structure is the way of, note down the statement, note down. The data structure is the way of organizing the data elements. The data structure is the data structure is the way of organizing the data elements. The way of organizing data elements by considering its relationship. By considering its relationship. Okay, full stop. Next, second, next line Maliko. Data structure mainly deals with the data structure mainly deals with the first one, how efficiently, mainly deals with the how efficiently data can be organized, how efficiently data can be organized and stored. How efficiently data can be organized and stored in the computer memory. How efficiently data can be organized and stored in the computer memory. And the second one, how efficiently data can be retrieved and manipulated. How efficiently data can be retrieved and manipulated. Okay. So understand here, the answers know what is the meaning of this. Okay. So what is data structures? Data structure is the way of organizing the data elements. Okay, what is the data structures? Understand here. Data structure is the way of organizing the data elements. Data elements by considering its relationship. What is the meaning of relationship? Relationship between data elements. Relationship between data elements is like okay, sequential. Sequential. Okay, sequential means what? One by one or continuous. Okay, right? Sequential means continuous or linear or maybe like a hierarchical. Okay, hierarchical. Like a okay, parent-child relationship or sometimes with some restriction. Restriction in the sense like first in, first out or say last in, last out, last in, first out. Is that clear? So data structure, first line, data structure is the way of organizing the data elements. Organizing data elements. Data elements means what? Data. Is that clear? Right? Data only. So the data structure is what? The way of organizing the data elements. Data elements in the sense what? Data. By considering its relationship. What is the relationship between the data elements? Whether what is the relationship like first in, first out, first in, last out, or parent-child relationship, hierarchical relationship. Okay. So by considering their relationship. So how we are going to organize, the way of organizing the data elements, how you are going to organize them by considering its a relationship. Okay. And next second line, next important, data structure mainly deals with the two things. Okay, two things. Now the first thing is how efficiently data can be organized and stored in the computer memory. How efficiently you can store and organize. How efficiently data can be organized and stored in the computer memory. Is that clear? So when I say computer memory here, which memory I am talking about? Which memory? Remember all the memory. Is that clear? So everywhere use the data structure only. So whether it can be secondary memory, use the data structure. It can be main memory, use the data structure. It can be cache memory, use the data structure. There's a register also, use the data structure. Is that clear? So how efficiently data can be organized and stored in the computer memory. So computer memory means which memory? Every memory, any memory. In all kind of memory, use the data structure. Obviously it is required. Is that clear? Right. And the next is what? How efficiently data can be retrieved and manipulated. So how efficiently you are going to retrieve and manipulate. Retrieve in the sense what? Access. How efficiently you can access the data. Is that clear? How efficiently data can be retrieved and manipulated. Manipulated means what? Okay, changing. Is that clear? So you are changing the data. Manipulation means what? Okay, changing. How efficiently data can be retrieved and manipulated. Is that clear? So these are all what like operations like okay, so like okay, searching, insertion, deletion. Is that clear? Manipulation means what? Okay, insertion, deletion, updating. Okay, retrieved means what? Searching, okay, finding, printing. So these are all what? Retrieval. Is that clear? So how efficiently data can be retrieved and manipulated. And next, now understand carefully, when you are designing any particular program, let's say you are designing any particular, okay, developing any big program or big project, like you are developing a project for Aadhaar card, okay, storage. You are developing a project for banking system, storing your database, storing all the account details. You are developing a project for power bill generation. Okay, you are generating the project, developing a project for railway ticket booking. You're developing a project okay, for maybe like a flight reservation bookings. Okay, you are developing a project, okay, for anything like okay, signaling purpose, okay, anything like any project. So you take any program in the sense, okay, big project. So that will have two things, okay. The first thing you need to decide about the algorithm, and the second thing you required what, data structure. You take any big project, okay, like for example, your Google is following some search engine. Google is using some search engine that also requires algorithm plus data structure. Okay, you are using some browser, okay, you are fetching the data of web pages, so that also requires algorithm plus data structure. Okay, so any project you take, any project, so that should decide two things, one is algorithm and next is the data structure. So what is algorithm? Algorithm means what kind of technique, okay, you are going to use, what kind of algorithm approach you are going to use for your project. Algorithm in the sense, like whether you are going to use divide and conquer, or whether you are going to use a greedy technique, or whether you are using dynamic programming. So what kind of algorithm technique you are going to use, so that is the one you have to decide. The first thing you have to decide algorithm also, right? So whether you are going to use dynamic programming or greedy technique or divide and conquer, right? So what kind of algorithm technique you are going to use, so that's the first thing you have to decide. And the second thing you need to decide about the data structure, what kind of data structure is required to store the data elements. Like the data structure required is what, like for example use a linked list, or whether it's required, whether you require linked list, or whether required array, or whether you want to use the, okay, in the form of stack, or in the form of a queue, or in the form of a tree. So what kind of data structure, or the graph, so what kind of data structure required, so that also you have to decide. Is this clear for everyone, right? So the first thing required is you have to decide about algorithm, and next you also decide about what, data structure. So the next, okay, and what is the meaning of data structure? So in the simple words, if you want to say data structure means, okay, data structure means, okay, understand here, data structure means well organized data, okay, understand here, well organized data. So organized data plus operations. Organized data plus operations. Okay. So data structure means what? Data structure means what is required here? Data structure means organized data, well organized data plus operations. Is that clear? So that is the, so that is about data structure. Is that clear for everyone? Copy that. Okay. Right. So these two things, okay, you have to remember, and this is the simple thing you should remember. If somebody is asking what is data structures, okay, somebody is asking what is data structure, so you have to clarify. Okay, I'm repeating, data structure is what, the way of organizing data elements by considering its relationship. So data structure mainly deals with the two things, how efficiently data can be organized and stored in the computer memory, and second point, how efficiently data can be manipulated and retrieved, how efficiently data can be retrieved and manipulated. So it means if you take any program that will contain two things, algorithm and data structure, and if you take data structure means organized data plus operations. So organized data plus operations, operations in the sense what, all your operations like insertion, deletion, searching, okay, right? So all the operations comes into this. Is that here? Right. Okay, right. So next, okay, data structures are classified into two types. data structures is classified into two types. Okay, note down. The first one is linear. Next one is non-linear. First one is linear data structures and non-linear. In the linear data structures, okay, we are having arrays, linked list, stack, and queue. In the linear data structures, linked list, stack, and queue. And in the non-linear data structure, so you are having trees. So we will study two things, BST and AVL, and next is a graph. So remember, graph you will study in the algorithms. So linear, okay, in the linear data structure we study arrays, linked list, stack, and queue. Okay, arrays we already completed. So linked list and stack and queue we study here. Right, linear in the sense what? Linear means what? The relationship between data elements is what? Linear. Linear in the sense what? Linear का मतलब क्या है? The relationship between data elements. The relationship between data elements is what? Linear. Linear in the sense what? Sequential. Sequential, one by one, sequential. Okay, if you want to, you can write here, write down here. The relationship between data elements is a linear. Linear मतलब क्या है? Sequential. Relationship between data elements is a linear. Okay, linear in the sense what? Sequential. So here non-linear means what? Relationship between what? Relationship between data elements is what? Non-linear. So non-linear in the sense what? Non-linear means what? Hierarchical. Non-linear means what? Hierarchical. Okay, like a parent-child relationship. Okay, right. So in the linear we will study these things, and the non-linear we will study trees and graphs, and the trees will study binary search trees and AVL trees. And the graph, okay, this is part of algorithm. You will study in the algorithm. Okay, so don't worry, everything will be covered in detail. Is that clear? Yes, Govind Mishra, yes. Ranjan Kumar will study that. Hashing also will study here only. Don't worry about the syllabus. Everything will be covered. Why you are worried? We will take care of everything. Right. Okay. So we will take care of everything about the syllabus. You don't need to worry. Right. All the teachers are having a very good coordination. So especially algorithm and data structure, algorithm, sir and myself, we both coordinate each other, and we take care clearly like what to be taught in the data structure and what to be taught in the algorithm. So everything we will take care for you. So don't worry. Don't worry about that. Right. So next, okay. So before we move on to the okay data linked list, so just note down something called abstract data types. Abstract data type. Abstract data type. Okay. note down. In order to simplify the process of solving the problems, in order to simplify the process of solving the problems, the data structures combined along with their operations is called as the abstract data type. In order to simplify the process of solving problems, in order to simplify the process of solving problems, in order to simplify the process of solving problems, the data structures combined along with their operations is called as a ADT. So next, note down, ADT abstract data type mainly deals with the declaration of data, declaration of operations. Okay. So understand here what is the meaning of abstract data type. Let us try to understand. So this is just a simple theory. I don't know what happened to my throat. Some problem. I'm taking cough pills. Okay. So it's okay. Right. So another understand here abstract data type. Okay. What is the meaning of abstraction? Tell me simple. Abstraction you studied, right? You study abstraction. Abstraction you studied in the OOPS concept. In the OOPS concept you study abstraction, right? OOPS concept you study, okay, right? Abstraction means what? Hiding the non-useful data from the common user. Hiding the non-useful information, non-useful data, okay, from the common user. Okay, right? So that is called as what? Abstraction. So abstract data type means what? Okay, simple. Abstract data type means okay, अपन like okay पूरा डिटेल में नहीं बताएंगे, ऊपर ऊपर बताएंगे. That is the meaning of abstract data type. Is that clear? So in the abstract data type, understand here, in order to simplify process of solving problems, abstract data type, okay, data structures combined along with their operations is called as a ADT. So ADT means what? Abstract data type में two things होगा. Abstract data type में okay, you will have two things. One is the declaration of data and declaration of operations. That's it. Okay. So if somebody is asking what is ADT, abstract data type, okay, that is having two things: declaration of data and declaration of what? Operations. Okay, only these two things you have to remember. So that's it. So this is simple definition, right? This simple definition. So don't take too much worry about okay this definition. So इसको मालूम होना चाहिए आपको, right? आपको मालूम होना चाहिए. Somebody is asking like what is abstract data type? So that is having two things: declaration of data and declaration of operations. So that's it. Okay, that is simple definition. Right. So next, the first data structure, okay, we are going to study is linked list. Very good. All are giving very definitions. Okay, so next data structures. What is the meaning of data structure? Okay, sir, linked list. What is the meaning of linked list? Keep the heading linked list. No doubt. Linked list is a data structure. Linked list is a data structure used to store the data elements. Note down first point. Linked list is the data structure used to store the data elements. Linked list is the data structure used to store the data elements and successive elements. Successive elements are connected by pointers. You will understand everything. Shubhi Goel, just wait. Successive elements are connected by pointers. Successive elements are connected by pointers and the last element will contain a null. Successive elements are connected by the pointers and the last element will contain null. Right. So first of all, understand here what is the meaning of linked list. Why we can grow the why we are going for linked list. Understand here. So what is the simple definition? Linked list is what? Data structure used to store data elements. Successive elements are connected by what? Pointers. Successive elements are connected by pointers and the last element will contain null. Okay. Now why we go for linked list? I am telling you important point. Listen carefully. I told you already the array. If you observe the array follows what? Static memory allocation. We should know the requirement of the size prior to the declaration. In the array, okay, array follows what? Static memory allocation. We should know the requirement of the size prior to the declaration. So if my requirement is dynamically adding the elements, I am going to all the engineering colleges in India and I am taking their phone numbers. I don't know how many colleges are there. I don't know how many colleges I am going to visit. I don't know how many students will give the numbers. So I'm simply going under, okay, traveling throughout India and taking the numbers. So it means my requirement is what? Dynamically adding the elements. Dynamically adding the elements. So if this is my requirement, then you cannot use what? Array. Is that here? So in that case, you have to use what? Linked list. Is that here? So what happens in the linked list? Okay, in the linked list, okay, you can grow the size of the linked list. Please understand here. You can grow the size of the linked list dynamically until the memory is full. Is that here? What is the specialty of your linked list? Is that here? What is the specialty of linked list? Okay, in the linked list, okay, we can grow the size of the linked list. We can keep on adding the elements in the linked list until the memory is full. That is the important advantage of the linked list. Okay, we can grow the size of the linked list until the memory is full. And the next important point, listen carefully, listen carefully, listen carefully. If the requirement is, if our requirement is frequently adding and deleting the elements in the various positions. If the requirement is frequently adding and deleting at various positions, then the linked list is the best suitable data structure. It is very difficult to do that in the array. Like for example, in the array, let's say I am having a array of size of 1 lakh elements. Array is having size of 1 lakh elements. I want to say delete from the position 1099. 1099. Okay, then what happens? Okay, you delete that position element, you delete, but what happens? You cannot keep the empty slot in the array. You have to shift all the elements. Now I will say like insert at the position number. Okay, like for example 10,999. Then what happens? Okay, now you have to insert that element, means you need to shift all the elements towards the right side. Is that here? So in case if my requirement is frequently adding and frequently deleting the positions, okay, deleting the elements from various positions. Delete the element from position number 1000, position number 1 lakh, position number 999. So if this is my requirement, then the array will not work. If you want to do this with the array, it will be very complicated. Is that clear? You need to shift every time. You need to shift all the elements, left, right, shift करो, बीच में insert करना है, बीच में से delete करना है, बीच में और कुछ insert करना है, बीच में delete करना है. So if this is my requirement, array will not work. Okay, so that is not, array is a very bad data structure. Okay, if this is my requirement. If this is your requirement, which is the best suitable data structure? Linked list. So it means we can comfortably insert in between. Wherever you want, whichever the position you want, you can comfortably insert. It will not affect any other elements. If you want to delete any particular element from any position, so you can comfortably delete that and you can attach these things. Okay, like bypass kar sakte ho. It means like it will not affect anything. Okay, it will not trouble other elements. Shifting, right? Okay, all these things are not there. Okay, in case of what? Linked list. Is that clear? Right? So what is the important point? The first important point, thus we can grow the size of the linked list. We can grow, okay, add kar sakte, you can grow, okay, right? We can grow the size of the linked list dynamically until the memory is full. That's the first important point. And the second important point, if my requirement is frequently adding and deleting from various positions. Frequently adding and deleting from various positions, then the linked list is a best suitable data structure. And next, remember the major problem with the linked list is the main problem, or you say major problem. Main problem with the linked list is linked list supports only sequential access. Linked list supports only sequential access. It will not support the random access. Random access not possible. Directly going going to some particular element and simply deleting, that is not possible. Array supports what? Array supports a random access. But the linked list, okay, will not support the random access. It supports only what? Sequential access. It supports only sequential access. Is that clear for everyone? Right. No doubt. No doubt. The next point. No doubt. We can increase the we can increase the size of the linked list. We can increase the size of the linked list dynamically we can increase the size of the linked list dynamically until the memory is full. We can increase the size of the linked list dynamically until the memory is full. And the next point, if the requirement is if the requirement is frequently if the requirement is frequently inserting and deleting if the requirement is frequently inserting and deleting at various positions if the requirement is frequently inserting and deleting at various positions, then the linked list is best suitable data structure. If the requirement is frequently inserting and deleting at various positions, linked list is best suitable data structure. The next point. Next, the main drawback of the linked list is the main drawback of the linked list. Linked list is it supports only sequential access. It supports only sequential access. Copied all of you? Right. So if somebody is asking, okay, what is linked list and why linked list? Okay, these are the explanation you have to give. Is that clear? So, okay, my notes is having a very crystal clear clarity about each and every point. Okay, with respect to interviews, with respect to revision. Okay, so why I will give the proper notes? Because see, now you will understand, now you will remember. But after 1 month, after 2 months, okay, right? Because exam is there after 6 months, right? So after 5 months, if you are opening my notes, you should remember all the points. The way I explained everything with my expression, with my examples, मैंने क्या बोला था, क्या एक्सप्रेशन से बताया था, पूरा तुम्हारा दिमाग में ओके रहना चाहिए. Okay, whatever I am saying, okay, everything with my expression, with our examples, with my okay, like okay, how I behaved in the class when I'm explaining that, everything you should recollect that. Okay, so that is the reason I give the very proper detailed notes. Is that clear? And it's useful for interviews also. If somebody is asking what is linked list, okay, you know what is the meaning of linked list, but you don't know how to explain. You know what is the meaning of linked list, but you don't know how to explain. That is not useful. Is that clear? Right. You should have a proper clarity about everything, okay, whatever you are studying. Now, I am asking the question like, what is the static variable? Tell me what is the answer. What is the static variable? Hmm. What is static variable? Okay. Your notes is having very clear clarity. Okay. What is static variable? I am asking the question. Somebody is asking in the interview, what is static variable? You know static variable मतलब ऐसा ऐसा होता है, ऐसा ऐसा होता है. You know, but you don't know how to explain. हाँ, तुम्हारा मन की बात जानने के लिए वो मोड़ी तोड़ी ना है, मोड़ी नहीं है ना. मन की बात कैसे मालूम होगा? तुम्हारा मन की बात कैसे मालूम होगा? Right. So, what is static variable? The definition is clearly given in the notes. Just open your notes. Just see static. I clearly gave the definition. Static variable means the variable persisting previous state value. The variable persisting previous state value, even though the destruction of several functional calls is called as a static variable. Static variable created only once. Memory is allocated only once. Okay, in the data segment. If it is not initialized, default contains 0. Scope is within the body. The lifetime is entire program. That's it. इतना बोल दिया तो काफी है. कोई भी क्वेश्चन ना, ओके, कोई सवाल पूछे तो कैसा जवाब देना चाहिए कि वो दोबारा सवाल नहीं करे. इजली है, राइट. ऐसा जवाब होना चाहिए. कोई भी क्वेश्चन करे तो ओके, सो योर आंसर शुड बी सच ए वे दैट वो दोबारा क्वेश्चन ना करे. इजली है, समझ में आया सबको, राइट. सो वेरी क्रिस्टल क्लियर, ओके, वेरी क्रिस्टल क्लियर थिंग्स यू हैव टू गिव. Right. So it's okay. So I'll just back in 2 minutes. I'll be just back in 2 minutes. Okay, we will discuss the link list. Just back in 2 minutes. तो आ गए सब लोग? Right. Should we go in programs also? They will ask program and the explanation. Right. So I'm back. Okay. Right. सब लोग हैं, आप भी चले गए? Right. Okay. Fine. तो क्या बोल रहा था मैं? Right. So we were discussing the definition of the linked list and other things. Okay. Static variable. So fine. So that is good. Next, how you going to create the linked list? So just note down linked list. So first we'll understand the basic way how you are going to create the linked list. Okay, creating the linked list in a static way. Static way first we'll understand, and later we are going to understand the dynamic way. Okay, right. So first, each and everything whatever I am going to say, okay, understand carefully. So I'm writing a simple structure. So structure node integer data structure node star next. Now I am creating the structure node. Listen here. Right. Okay. Right. Understand here. So okay. So we have seen, yeah, drawback of the linked list is what? It supports only, okay, sequential access. Okay, fine. Now understand here. So how you are going to create the linked list? First we'll study the static way. Okay. Understand everything what I am saying. Is that here? So some students okay will afraid of the linked list. ये linked list होता क्या है? Nothing is there. Linked list means everything is simple, very simple. So I am creating the structure. Now the structure is having two member variables. What are the two member variables? Integer data. Now look at here, structure node star next. Now what is the meaning of this? Everything you should understand with a crystal clear manner. Structure node star next. What do you read this? Okay, next is the pointer variable. Next is a pointer variable of type structure node, where we can store address of any structure variable. Okay, right. Okay, right. So everybody knows this, and remember this is called as a self-referential structure. And the next, I am doing the type def. Okay, you will understand everything, don't worry. So just follow what I am saying. Okay, type def structure node. Okay, node. Okay, so I am saying node and node. Now remember, so type def करने से क्या होगा? Type def structure node. So you can use both the ways, small letters, that is also fine. Okay, here also small letter, here also small letter, that is also fine. So whenever you write the node, that will replace with what? Structure node. So wherever you write the node, that will replace with the structure node. Fine. Okay. So type def किया है, and next, so I am creating the structure variables. Okay, look at your structure variables. Node A equal to 10 comma null. Okay, the first one is what? First member variable is what? Data. Second one is what? Next pointer variable. So I am initializing with the null. And next node B. So this is the 20 and null. And the next, so I am creating one more structure variable, node C. So that is the 30 and null. And next, so one more structure variable, node D. So look at here. So that is the 40 and null. So I am just creating what? Four structure variables. I created four structure variables, A, B, C, D. And whenever you write this node, okay, that will replace with what? Structure node. Whenever you write this node, that will replace with what? Structure node here. So A, B, C, D are the structure variables I created. Now the four structure variables you created, okay. Now, okay, the four structure variables created like this. Now understand here. So A, B, C, D, right? So four structure variables you created. Okay, A, B, C, D. Okay, so understand here. So 4 structure variables you created. Okay, A, B, C, okay, D. So understand here. So this is the 4 structure variables you created. So the first one is data, second one is the next. So first one is the data, second one is the next. So first one is the data field, second one is the next. First one is the data, second one is the next. Okay, so it's having every structure will having two things, data and next. So this is 10, 20, so 30 and 40. So initially this is null, this is also null, this is also null, this is also null. So I have written that already, right? So they are having some addresses 100, 200. Okay, look at here. So some addresses 300 and 400. Okay, so I just created the 4 structure variables. Now when you created the 4 structure variables like this A, B, C, D, remember, okay, the addresses are completely random addresses. Okay, now somebody thinking like it's 100, 200, 300, 400, ऐसा होगा नहीं होगा. Okay, right? There is no relationship between the addresses and there is no relationship between the data element. Data also, there is no relation with the data. So somebody thinking data is also like 10, 20, 30, 40, ऐसा ही रहेगा. No, data can be anything, right? I can say like 19, 37, 68, 1040, any value you can take. Right? So data can be anything. There is no relation between data and there is no relation between what addresses. Okay. Now actual addresses kaise hoga? If you are creating, actually you are creating in the C program. What will the actual addresses? Generally some random address. You will have a 78716. This is a 49321. This is okay 56847. Okay, some address. Okay, you will have something like okay 3678114, whatever it is. So some addresses, some random addresses will be there. Okay, it is not like 100, 200, 300. Addresses will be what? Random addresses will be there. There is no relationship between addresses and there is no relationship between data elements. Okay, fine. Okay, so understand here. So I created the structure variables like this. So next what I am doing after this what I am doing, so next now understand here what is this next will contain a dot next here, next is what here pointer variable. So I am writing here a dot next equal to address of b and b dot next equal to address of c and c dot next okay equal to address of d. I am writing like this. Now tell me a dot next. Now tell me what is the meaning of dot. First tell me. Okay, you can copy that later. First tell me what is the meaning of this dot. Dot का मतलब क्या बताया? Dot means what I said. Dot means everything is there in the nodes. Dot means structure variable to member variable. Structure variable to member variable. Okay. No, so A is what? A is a structure variable. Yes. A, B, C, D are the structure variables. So structure variable to member. Next is what? Member here. Member. Next is a member. So structure variable to member variable. So you have to use a dot. So A dot next. So that is a structure variable to member variable. Okay. Now tell me A dot next में यहाँ पे look at here. So next I am writing here. So this is a A. And this is B and this is C and this is D. Okay. Now so this is okay, you are having structure variables like this. Okay, so this is 10, so 20, so that is 30 and 40. Okay, so this is null. Now tell me A dot next. So this is A, B, C, D. So this is a address 100, 200, so that is 300 and this is 400. Now look at here. So this is data next. Okay, the first one is the data, second one is the next. Data next. First one is the data and next is the next. Okay, right. So data and next. So you are having you created the structure variables like this. Okay. Now tell me what I said. A dot next equal to address of B. बताओ A dot next is address of B. Tell me what is the address of B here. Address of a structure variable B is what? 200. Address of a structure variable B is what? 200. So I am storing a 200 here. So when I store 200 here, remember it is started pointing to this, And next, B dot next is address of C. B dot next here. Address of C is how much here? 300. So when you are storing 300 here, so remember this is started pointing to this. And next, C dot next is address of D. Address of D is how much here? 400. So when you are storing 400 here, and remember this is started pointing to this. So this is how now the structure variables are connected to each other. This is how the structure variables are connected to each other. Is that clear for everyone? Okay, dot means what? Dot means right, structure variable to member variable, because terminology you should have a complete clarity. Okay, dot को क्या बोलते हैं? Okay, everything you should have a clarity. Is that clear for everyone? Right. So okay, next what I am doing is so I am taking the some pointer variable node star head equal to null. Now understand here. Now what do you read this? Node star head equal to null. Tell me, node star head. What is the meaning of this? पढ़ो इसको क्या पढ़ते? Node star head. Node star head. What is this here? Head is a pointer variable, right? Head is a pointer variable of type structure node, because whenever you write node, that will replace with structure node, because type def किया है, type def is done. So head is a pointer variable of type structure node. So where we can store address of any structure variable. So what is this head is saying? Head is saying that I am the pointer variable. I am the pointer variable of type structure node. You can store address of any structure variable. So fine. So I am storing initially, that is null. Initially this is null, always null. Initially that is null. Next, so I am storing head equal to address of A. In the pointer variable head, so I am storing address of A. So then what happens? Look at here. So it will look like this. Okay. So you are having the structure variables, right? So that is 10, 20, 30 and 40. Slash 0 means what? Null only. Okay. So slash 0 or null, both are same. So this is 200 here and this is 300. This is 400. Okay, this is 100. Remember, okay, यहाँ पे addresses के बीच में कोई relation नहीं है. Okay, so when you store 200 here, it is pointed to this, and this is pointing to this, and this is pointing to this. And the next head is what? Head is a pointer variable of type structure node. So in the head, what we are storing? Address of A. Now tell me, address of structure variable A is how much here? 100. So when you are storing 100 here, so this is pointing to what? This one. Is that clear? So the first one is the data, second one is the next. So first one is the data, second one is the next. So this is data and the next. Data and next. So this is your A, B, C, D. Okay. So like this. Right. So copy this, and this is how the linked list will be created. And remember, this is called as a linked list. And remember, with the help of head, you can access the entire linked list. And the head will always point to what? Head will always point to what? The first node of the linked list. Head will always point to what? First node of the linked list, and the linked list will look like this. Is that clear? That's it. So please copy all this. Copy this one. Okay, copy this one and this one. Okay, so you can say, this is step number 1 up to here. Okay, so this is creating the structure. Okay, this is step number 1. So this is step number 2, and this is step number 3, and this is step number 4. Let's say we are creating in the 4 steps. So step 1 you created. This is the step number 1, and this is step number 2, and this is the step number 3, and this is the step number 4. Right? So that's it. So this is how you create the linked list. Remember, whatever the memory you created, you are creating this okay in the stack segment only. Is that clear? There is no malloc. Yeah, any address of the head? Yes, it will also have address. So it will have address, some address. You can take, let's say, some address 500. Okay, any address, anything, any address. Okay, right? So this all having some address 500, or you take address. Okay, so for example 3680, some address. Shivam Manish Bhai. या कॉपी करो, कॉपी करने के बाद मैसेज करो. Yeah, Gaurav, we will do that in the next step. We will do that. I just showed okay like how to create a linked list. You will write the proper program next. First, I am teaching the basic things. You understand this. शिवम मनीष भाई, सोचो, तुम खुद सोचो. कॉपी करो अच्छे से. कॉपी करने के बाद मैसेज करो. Now tell me, your friend is asking small question. I think all of you copied. right? Your friend is asking small question, sir, why this head is having only one field? Okay, here A, B, C, D, they are having a what? You are having a two things, data next, data next, data next. Okay, your friend is asking like why head is having only one thing? They should also have two things, data next. This having only one field. Why? Array, just a common sense. See that carefully. What is your head? Shiva Manish by Naranga. Okay, just listen here. D dot next is the null. D dot next is null. Already it is there. Right. So, okay, now tell me why that is not having a two things. Because why this head is not having two things. See what is the head and what is that ABCD. You will understand. What is this ABCD? See the declaration. What is that ABCD here? ABCD is what? Structure variables. ABCD is the structure variables. Is that clear? Remember, ABCD is the structure variable. But what is your head? Look at here. ABCD is a structure variable. Okay, right? And what is your head? Head is a pointer variable. See this? Head is what? A pointer. Star is there. Star. Star. Okay. Yes, sir. Very good. Head is not a pointer. Head is not a structure variable. Head is a pointer variable. See the declaration. See the declaration. Head is what here? Star is there. Head is declared with the star. Head is declared with the star. But your ABCD not declared with the star. ABCD are the structure variables. But head is what? A pointer variable. Okay. Excellent. So now tell me the next points. Right. So Shivam Manish Bhai, is this clear? Right. So now tell me, now think carefully and tell me. Think carefully and tell me. So if I say the first, okay, printf head, बताओ क्या print होगा? Printf head. Okay, now tell me, head is a variable or array? If I say printf head, this is important. All of you write down this carefully. Printf head, what will print? Head is a variable or array? Head is a variable or array? Okay, variable. Variable means what? Inside value. Okay, right, inside value. Okay, so that is the 100. So printf head means that is 100. Okay, now tell me. So printf head of data. Printf head of data. Tell me what will print? Head of data. Okay, head arrow data. Okay, what is the meaning of arrow? Arrow का मतलब बताओ जल्दी. Arrow का मतलब पूरा terminology 100% clear होना चाहिए. Head. Okay, arrow means what? Arrow का मतलब क्या है? Arrow मतलब clearly notes में very clear. Arrow means what? Pointer variable to member variable. Pointer variable to member variable. That is arrow. Is that clear? So look at here. Head is a pointer variable. Head is a pointer. Pointer to member. Pointer to member. That is arrow. Is that clear? So head is what? 100. 100 का data चाहिए. 100 का data. So 100 का data. Head of data. Head arrow data. So that will give you what? 10. Okay. Now next. Right. So excellent. Right. Now remember, initially head is always null. Initial head is always null. Look at here. See the declaration. When the linked list is not there, when the linked list is not there, head is always null. When the linked list is present, head will always point to first node. Okay. So it means, now tell me, if head equal to null, head is equal to null. If this condition is true, what is the meaning of that? If that condition is true, what is the meaning of that? What is the meaning of this? Okay, printf head equal to null. If head equal to null, so okay, what is the meaning of this? If this condition is true, it means what? Linked list is empty. Linked list is empty. because if the linked list is empty, head will always point to what? Null. If the linked list is already having some nodes, okay, some nodes are there in the linked list, then it will definitely point to what? First node. Okay, definitely point to first node. Okay, right. So in the question you will say the linked list is given to you. Linked list is given means what is given? Okay, head node is given. In the question is saying like, okay, linked list is given. So what is given? Linked list is given means what is given? Head node is given. Understand here. So okay, if head equal to null, so if this condition is true, note down. Next line Maliko. Next line Maliko. If the above condition is true, if the above condition is true, it means linked list is empty. If the above condition is true, it means linked list is empty. If the head equal to null, head equal to null means the linked list is empty. It means linked list is empty. Is that clear? Okay, it means zero nodes. Okay, bracket में लिखो zero nodes. Right? Okay, right. Because remember, if the linked list is there means it will always point to first node only. Linked list is existing means it will always point to what? The first node. So head equal to null means there is no linked list. Okay, empty linked list. Okay, right? Empty linked list, zero nodes. Okay, right. So now tell me next. Okay, if you say if head of next is equal to null. Now tell me if head of next equal to null. Copy करते सब लोग, copy करते जाओ. All of you copy this. If head of next equal to null, if this condition is true, what is the meaning of this? Okay, if head of next equal to null, head of next equal to null. So head of next means what? Okay, look at here. Head is pointing to 100. Head of next means what? This one. Okay, if this condition, this one is null. Okay, look at here. If this one is null means, if this one is null here, it means what? It means linked list is having what? Only one node. Head of next equal to null means linked list is having only one node. Okay, if it is already having multiple nodes, so this cannot be null here. This cannot be null here. So if this is null means, linked list is having only one node. That is the meaning of this. Is that here? Right. So note down. Okay, note down. If the above condition is true, note down here. If the above condition is true, it means right. If the above condition is true, it means linked list is having only one node. Head of next, head is pointing to 100, 100 का next. So here यहाँ पे अगर null है, यहाँ पे null है. If this is null means what? There is no connection there. There is no connection. If this is null here, okay, this is null here. So okay, it means what? There is no other nodes. So right, if other nodes are there, it will have definitely connection will be there. So if we are having null here, so it means okay, head of next equal to null. If this condition is true, linked list is having only one node. If the above condition is true, the linked list is having only one node. Linked list is having only one node. So this is what here. Okay, right, one node. समझ में है ना? Right. So next, now tell me printf head of next data. Tell me क्या प्रिंट होगा? Head of next data. Okay, yeah, should be goal. You can change it, but head is the means the main purpose is what head should always point to what first node of the list. Head should always point to the first node of the list. That is a basic thing. Head should always point to the first node. Yeah, Chubalemba, yes, that is correct. Because null is given as 0 only. Yeah, we are printing, right? We are printing. Okay, printf diya hai, printf head of next data. Okay, understand here. So tell me what is this head of next? What is the meaning of this? Head is pointing to what? 100. 100 ka next means what? 200. Okay, this value is 200. 200 का भी next चाहिए. 200 का next. 200 का next means how much here? 300. So this value is 300. 300 का भी next चाहिए. 300 का next means what? Okay, 400. 300 का next means 400. And remember next 400 का data print करना चाह रहे हैं. 400 का data. 400 का data means how much here? 40. So how much is printed? 40 will be printed. Copy this. Right. So these are the okay basic things about the linked list. Introduction of the linked list. Okay, how you are going to create the linked list. Okay, right. Now next we are going to study how the linked list can be created. Okay, dynamically by using okay malloc. Okay, with the n nodes. How you are going to create the linked list. But I think people are asking for the lunch break. So how much time you want lunch break? 45 minutes is okay. Lunch break is 45 minutes. So let's have a lunch break. After that, we'll study creation of the linked list in detail with the n nodes by using malloc. How much time lunch break? All are asking lunch break. भूख लगता है. कुछ करो ना करो भूख तो लगेगा. हाँ. Always lunch break, always tea break. Yeah, 45 minutes will be sufficient. Okay. So yes. Okay. So let's have a break. Okay. So that is 1:30 to okay 2:15. Okay, right. So 45 minutes break is sufficient. So don't waste time. Yeah, somebody is saying 45 minutes, somebody is saying 30 minutes, somebody is saying 1 hour. Right. So different people want a different thing. Just follow, right? Whatever I am saying. Okay. So just follow 45 minutes break. Okay. Somebody is saying half an hour only or 20 minutes only. Somebody is saying 1 hour. 1 hour क्या करना है तुमको? घर को जाके खाना बना के आना है क्या? Right. So fine. So let's have a break. Okay, 1:30 p.m. to 2:15 p.m. So the third point somebody is asking, if head equal to null means linked list is empty. Okay, because if the linked list is existing, head will always point to the first node. Head will always point to the first node. If head equal to null condition true है, तो इसका मतलब there is no linked list. Linked list is empty. Linked list is empty. Okay, right. So fine. Let's go with the okay 45 minutes break. After the break, we'll